everyone ดีครับทุกท่าน
เรียนท่านประธานสำนักงานสหมิชชั่นเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ท่านหัวหน้าแผนกการศึกษาสำนักงานสหมิชชั่นเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ท่านหัวหน้าแผนกศาสนาจารย์สำนักงานสหมิชชั่นเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ท่านประธานสำนักงานคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยท่านผู้บริหารโรงเรียนในเครือข่ายมูลนิธิคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยท่านวิทยากรพิเศษคณะครูเจ้าหน้าที่และพนักงานในเครือข่ายของ Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยทุกท่านดิฉันวรรธนีปลือทองเป็นคุณครูจากโรงเรียน Adventist เอกมัยค่ะ
และผมโกศินทร์ชาญพิสุทธิ์เป็นอนุสาสกของโรงเรียนนานาชาติเอกมัยวันนี้นะครับเราทั้งสองคนจะทำหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรดำเนินรายการและจะดูแลทุกท่านในช่วงสัมมนาทั้ง2วันนี้ครับ
ค่ะต้องขอต้อนรับทุกท่านนะคะเข้าสู่การสัมมนาออนไลน์ในวันการศึกษา Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยซึ่งครั้งนี้เนี่ยเราจัดเป็นครั้งที่2แล้วนะคะในหัวข้องานที่บอกว่าจงประกาศพระกิตติคุณหรือภาษาอังกฤษบอกว่า I will go ค่ะเราขอต้อนรับคุณผู้ชมทุกท่านที่ทั้งที่อยู่ที่ห้องส่งนะคะและก็คุณผู้ชมที่รับชมการสัมมนาออนไลน์ผ่านช่องทาง Zoom Facebook Live แล้วก็ YouTube ขอต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะ
ครับโดยจุดเริ่มต้นนะครับของการจัดงานวันการศึกษานี้นะครับเริ่มต้นนะครับเมื่อปีพุทธศักราช 2560 จากการประชุมของผู้บริหารของสถาบันการศึกษานะครับว่าจะทำอย่างไรให้โรงเรียนAdventist นะครับได้เป็นที่รู้จักนะครับในประเทศไทยเพื่อที่ว่าโรงเรียนนะครับจะได้เป็นศูนย์กลางของการประกาศพระกิตติคุณและความรักของพระเจ้าด้วยความคิดนี้เองนะครับจึงก่อเกิดโครงการนะครับการจัดงานวันการศึกษา Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยครั้งที่1ในวันที่ 25-26 ตุลาคมปี 2562 ณ โรงเรียนนานาชาติเอกมัยและโรงเรียน Adventist เอกมัยครับ
แล้วก็ในปีที่แล้วนะคะเมื่อปีพุทธศักราช 2563 ทางแผนกการศึกษาเนี่ยก็แพลนไว้ว่าเราจะจัดงานวันการศึกษาต่อเนื่องจากปีก่อนนั้นนะคะแต่ว่ามันมีสถานการณ์การแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ขึ้นมาก่อนก็เลยต้องมีการเลื่อนการจัดงานในครั้งที่2มาจัดในปีนี้แทนค่ะ
ครับก็อย่างที่คุณครูได้กล่าวแล้วนะครับก็คือหัวข้อหลักนะครับของงานในปีนี้นะครับก็คือจงประกาศพระกิตติคุณหรือ I will goหมายถึงการออกไปประกาศพระกิตติคุณนะครับอันเป็นแผนยุทธศาสตร์การประกาศพระกิตติคุณของสำนักงานใหญ่ที่รณรงค์ให้ทุกภาคส่วนนะครับร่วมกันในภารกิจนี้นะครับรวมถึงโรงเรียน Adventist ที่อยู่ภายใต้สำนักงานที่จาก Seventh Day Adventist ทุกๆโรงเช่นกันครับ
แล้วก็การจัดงานในปีนี้นะคะมีการจัดงานที่มีความพิเศษต่างจากปีที่ผ่านๆมานะคะซึ่งการจัดงานครั้งนี้เนี่ยจะมีการสัมมนาให้ความรู้บุคลากรนะคะให้ก้าวทันกับการเปลี่ยนแปลงในยุคศตวรรษที่ 21 นะคะมีการอบรมในกลุ่มต่างๆนะคะทั้งคุณครูเจ้าหน้าที่และพนักงานเรามีการจัดสัมมนาให้กับกลุ่มของท่านนะคะแล้วก็นอกจากนี้เนี่ยเรายังเพิ่มเติมความรู้ให้ท่านได้มีความรู้เกี่ยวกับการประกาศพระกิตติคุณของพระเจ้าในสถาบันของพระองค์ด้วยนะคะ
ครับในช่วงแรกนะครับจะเป็นการนมัสการเช้าเราจึงขอเรียนเชิญนะครับท่านอาจารย์ดนัยอากาศสุภาผู้อำนวยการโรงเรียน Adventist เอกมัยเป็นผู้กล่าวต้อนรับทุกท่านครับ
สวัสดีครับคณะครูอาจารย์เจ้าหน้าที่และพนักงานของโรงเรียนต่างๆที่อยู่ภายใต้มูลนิธิคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยวันนี้เป็นวันแห่งความปิติยินดีเป็นวันที่เรามีความตื่นเต้นมีความตื่นตัวที่เราได้มีโอกาสได้เข้ารวมในงานพิเศษที่ยังไม่เคยมีโอกาสได้พบได้เห็นได้จัดในอย่างนี้มาก่อนถือเป็นนิมิตหมายอันดีที่เราทุกคนที่อยู่ภายใต้มูลนิธิคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยได้มีโอกาสเข้าร่วมเป็นหน้าหนึ่งในประวัติศาสตร์ในวันนี้นะครับผมในนามของคณะทำงานคือคณะผู้บริหารของทุกๆสถาบันที่อยู่ภายใต้นี้ขอแสดงความยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าร่วมการ ประชุมพิเศษเนื่องในงานวันการศึกษาแอดเวนทิสต์แห่งประเทศไทยครั้งที่2ประจำปีการศึกษาถ้าเป็นโรงเรียนเราต้องนึกถึงปีการศึกษา 2521 ต่อเนื่องถึง 2522 ขอต้อนรับครูอาจารย์เจ้าหน้าที่พนักงานจากโรงเรียนเชียงใหม่มัธยมอยู่ทางเหนือสุดเลยนะครับไล่ลงมาก็โรงเรียนคริสเตียนมาลาโกรที่ท่าสองยางจังหวัดตากนะครับเรื่อยมาจนกระทั่งถึงที่จังหวัดกรุงเทพภาคกลางของเรานะครับซึ่งที่นี่เรามีถึง3โรงเรียนด้วยกันโรงเรียนนานาชาติเอกมัยนะครับโรงเรียนแอดเวนทิสต์เอกมัยโรงเรียนนานาชาติกรุงแอดเวนทิสต์กรุงเทพนะครับขอต้อนรับทุกท่านเราไปทางภาคอีสานเรามีโรงเรียน Peace Music Academy เป็นโรงเรียนที่เปิดเป็นน้องใหม่ที่จัดการเรียนการสอนด้านดนตรีโดยเฉพาะตั้งอยู่ที่จังหวัดขอนแก่นนะครับไล่ลงมาอีกหน่อยหนึ่งก็เป็นโรงเรียนแอดเวนทิสต์เปลี่ยนชื่อต้องขออภัยด้วยถ้าหากว่าเอ่ยชื่อผิดนะครับโรงเรียนโคราชนานาชาติแอดเวนทิสต์นะครับถ้าผมเอ่ยชื่อผิดขออภัยด้วยเพราะว่ามีการปรับเปลี่ยนชื่อใหม่นะครับอยู่ที่จังหวัดนครราชสีมานะครับไปยังจังหวัดทางด้านภาคอีสานอีกจังหวัดหนึ่งก็คือจังหวัดอุบลนะครับโรงเรียนแอดเวนทิสต์โรงเรียนนานาชาติแอดเวนทิสต์มิชชั่นอุบลนะครับก็ขอต้อนรับนะครับอันนี้ลงไปทางภาคใต้เรามีโรงเรียนอีก2โรงที่อยู่ที่นั่นนะครับก็ได้เข้าร่วมประชุมในวันนี้ด้วยสัมมนากับเราทั้ง2วันนะครับโรงเรียนที่แนะนำและต้อนรับโรงเรียนแรกก็คือโรงเรียนเทพอำนวยหาดใหญ่นะครับและอีกโรงหนึ่งก็คือโรงเรียนเทพหน่วยวิทยาที่จังหวัดภูเก็ตนะครับก็ขอแสดงความยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านนะครับในขณะที่เราจะร่วมบันทึกเป็นภาพประวัติศาสตร์ด้วยกันในการร่วมประชุมสัมมนาในรูปแบบนะครับห่างไกลกันแต่ใกล้ชิดกันนะครับขอให้ทั้ง2วันนี้เราทุกคนจะได้รับพระพรร่วมกันอย่างมากมายขอทุกท่านได้รับความอบอุ่นจากการต้อนรับของคณะทำงานโดยทั่วหน้ากันขอพระเจ้าอวยพระพรครับ
เพราะว่ามันต้องอนุญาตนะ
ใส่แบ็คกราวด์
I can see their eyes, and the people feel
ปวดฉี่อะ
In all thy works, I see thy glory.
อธิษฐานนะครับฮัลโหลได้ยินไหมครับฮัลโหล
ได้ยินค่ะ
ได้ยินครับอาจารย์ครับ
โอเคนะครับล่ะผมไม่ได้ยินกันเลยขอเช็คเสียงนิดหนึ่งอธิษฐานด้วยกันนะครับ
เราต้องมีสายเนาะหนูไม่ได้ยินสายเยอะของเจ้าหรือเปล่ามิวส์เลยเนาะถ้าไม่มิวส์นี่รอนี่เนาะเราพูดเขาไม่ยินเนาะ
ฮัลโหล
เชิญค่ะอาจารย์อธิษฐานเลยค่ะ
ได้ยินอยู่ไหมครับพอดีเหมือนกับเน็ตมันจะหายไปครับ
ได้ยิน
โอ
ค่ะ
เคนะครับให้เราอธิษฐานด้วยกันนะครับสาธุการข้าแต่พระบิดาเจ้าในเช้าวันนี้ขอบพระคุณพระองค์ที่พระเจ้าได้อำนวยพระพรให้กับพี่น้องทุกท่านได้มีโอกาสมาร่วมกันในวันการศึกษาเราทั้งหลายมีความชื่นชมยินดีในองค์พระผู้เป็นเจ้าที่พระองค์ได้ให้โอกาสแก่ข้าพเจ้าทั้งหลายมีส่วนร่วมในการรับใช้ในพันธกิจทางด้านการศึกษาขององค์พระผู้เป็นเจ้าในเช้าวันนี้ขออาเชิญพระวิญญาณบริสุทธิ์ของพระองค์สถิตอยู่ท่ามกลางในการที่เราทั้งหลายมีโอกาสร่วมกันรับใช้ผ่านซูมก็ดีกิจกรรมต่างๆที่จะจัดในตลอดวันนี้ถึงพรุ่งนี้ขอพระเจ้าได้อำนวยพระพรในการรายการต่างๆที่ได้จัดขึ้นก็ขอให้เป็นพระพรให้กับผู้ที่รับชมทุกท่านเพื่อได้รับพระพรในการที่จะนำไปประยุกต์ใช้ในสถาบันของตัวเองพระบิดาเจ้าขอพระเจ้าอำนวยพระพรเป็นพิเศษสำหรับวิทยากรทั้งหลายที่จะให้คำแนะนำและในการที่จะแบ่งปันหลายๆสิ่งหลายๆอย่างในการที่จะทำให้สถาบันของพระองค์เจริญขึ้นขอเชิญพระองค์เป็นประธานในการที่จะทำทุกอย่างขอให้เป็นไปตามน้ำพระทัยของพระองค์ขอพระองค์ได้ทรงอำนวยพระพรให้กับผู้ฟังทุกท่านไม่ว่าจะเป็นช่องทางทางด้าน YouTube หรือว่า Facebook หรือว่าใน Zoom ก็ขอพระเจ้าอำนวยพระพรให้กับทุกท่านได้รับพระพรมากมายจากองค์พระผู้เป็นเจ้าในการจัดในครั้งนี้เป็นพระพรอย่างยิ่งสำหรับผู้ที่ได้เข้ามามีส่วนร่วมในการที่จะอบรมในครั้งนี้และพระบิดาเจ้าขอประทานสติปัญญาอยู่เหนืออาจารย์สวนีและทีมงานทุกท่านที่ในการวางแผนทุกอย่างก็ขอให้เป็นไปตามที่ได้วางเอาไว้หากว่าเป็นไปตามน้ำพระทัยของพระองค์ขอพระเจ้าโปรดเมตตาพระพรให้กับหลายๆท่านที่เจ็บไข้ได้ป่วยก็ขอพระเจ้าระลึกถึงคนเหล่านั้นด้วยเช่นเดียวกันและในเช้าวันนี้ก็ขอพระเจ้าเป็นประธานในการที่จะอวยพระพรให้กับผู้ร่วมทุกท่านได้รับพระพรจากพระผู้เป็นเจ้าโอ้พระบิดาเจ้าขอพระเจ้าได้ทรงเจิมแต่งตั้งทุกๆคนที่เป็นวิทยากรที่จะแบ่งปันขอให้พระคำเหล่านั้นหรือว่าเป็นความรู้ที่มาจากพระผู้เป็นเจ้าได้แบ่งปันให้กับผู้ฟังทุกท่านได้รับพระพรจากพระผู้เป็นเจ้าและในเช้าวันนี้เป็นพิเศษสำหรับรายการต่างๆที่ได้วางเอาไว้ต่อหน้าพระพักตร์ของพระองค์ว่าการติดต่อสื่อสารทางด้านอินเทอร์เน็ตอาจจะขาดข้องพระบิดาเจ้าขอสิ่งเหล่านี้ไม่ว่าจะเป็นอุปกรณ์ต่างๆที่ได้จัดขึ้นเรารู้ดีว่าซาตานสามารถที่จะทำลายองค์กรต่างๆที่เราสามารถที่จะร่วมกันแบบนี้ได้แต่อยากจะขอให้พระผู้เป็นเจ้าได้ดูแลและได้อวยพระพรให้กับอุปกรณ์เครื่องไม้เครื่องมือต่างๆที่ใช้ในการถ่ายทอดและในการจัดสัมมนาในครั้งนี้ขอให้เต็มไปด้วยพระพรมากมายจากพระผู้เป็นเจ้าขอฝากรายการต่างๆตลอดทั้งวันนี้และวันพรุ่งนี้ไว้ในพระอันทรงฤทธิ์ของพระผู้เป็นเจ้าขอให้พระเจ้าได้รับเกียรติสูงสุดจากการจัดงานในครั้งนี้และเป็นที่ถวายเกียรติแด่องค์พระผู้เป็นเจ้าแต่เพียงผู้เดียวในพระนามพระเยซูคริสต์เจ้าอาเมน
ข้อพระคัมภีร์ที่จะนำมาอ่านในเช้านี้พบในพระธรรมยากอบนะครับพระธรรมยากอบบทที่3ข้อที่1ในที่นี้กล่าวว่าดูก่อนพี่น้องของข้าพเจ้าอย่าให้เป็นอาจารย์กันมากหลายคนเลยเพราะท่านก็รู้ว่าเราทั้งหลายที่เป็นผู้สอนนั้นจะได้รับการทรงพิพากษาที่เข้มงวดมากกว่าผู้อื่นขอพระเจ้าทรงอวยพร
ครับขอขอบคุณอาจารย์ประจักษ์จิตบัญญัติเป็นอย่างสูงครับ
ลำดับต่อจากนี้นะคะ เราจะมาเติมเต็มอาหารฝ่ายจิตวิญญาณร่วมกันนะคะด้วยการรับฟังพระวจนะคำของพระเจ้า เพื่อเป็นการหนุนจิตชูใจเราและเป็นกำลังใจให้กับเราในการเดินติดตามพระเจ้าแล้วก็เป็นกำลังใจให้กับทุกท่านนะคะ ในการที่จะมีส่วนร่วมในการปฏิบัติรับใช้พระเจ้าในสถาบันของพระองค์ด้วยนะคะ ซึ่งการรับฟังพระวจนะคำของพระเจ้าในวันนี้นะคะ เราจะรับฟังผ่านท่านหัวหน้าแผนกการศึกษา และหัวหน้าแผนกสุขภาพสำนักงานสหมิชชั่นเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ท่านศาสตราจารย์โคนิสกาบูขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Pastor Konis, it is now your time. Sorry, sir, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, please unmute me.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning and happy Education Day to each and every one of you who are in this Zoom and on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for inviting me to give the devotional thought this morning. If I may say my screen, please. I presume that everybody or most of you who are in this Zoom and Facebook and YouTube once upon a time teachers. I am happy that I am a teacher myself. I have been called to the teaching ministry, and I hope each and every one of you feel that you have been called to this teaching ministry. Thank you for reading the text this morning, which is found in James 3 verse 1. Not many of you should presume to be teachers, my brothers, because you know that we who teach will be judged more strictly. I have been a teacher for more than 20 years myself. And if this text is real, then I have been judged for most of the time during the time when I was a teacher. I still consider myself as a teacher up to this day. The question is, how can I know if I have received a call to the teaching ministry? In the most basic sense, all Christians are called to the ministry. The Great Commission, which is found in Matthew 28, verses 18 to 20, applies to all believers. Every Christian is part of the body of Christ. Fulfilling one's role as part of the body, no matter what that role is, means ministering to others. If we are allowed to visit schools, we are there to look at the progress of the school, how neat the school is, how well the administration is administering the school, how the teachers are teaching, and so forth. But let me remind each and everyone this morning that the number one purpose of our schools is to bring the good news to everyone who choose to come to our schools. That is the number one goal of our school. So teachers, you have been called to be ministers. When determining whether or not you are called to teaching ministry, consider what it will entail. Be courageous and trust God. If God has called you, He will equip you and fill you so that you may be poured out for others. If we have chance to read these verses from the Bible, Matthew 6, verse 33, it is one of the most familiar texts for each teacher. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. So teachers, we are encouraged, and I'm encouraging you to continually seek the kingdom of God first and foremost in our lives. Also in Hebrews 13, 20 and 21, Ephesians 3, verse 20, 21, Psalms 38, verse 23, and Isaiah 30, verse 21. Each of these texts is a promise of God for every teacher that if we come to Him, He will provide us the courage. If we trust God, He would assist us in our calling to the teaching ministry. It is important to keep moving. Yes, it is important to keep moving. When we step out in faith, even if our step is not quite in the right direction, the fourth text says God is faithful to guide us. So teachers, God is there for us if we seek Him first and last in our lives. He will be faithful to guide us in our ministry. Go ye therefore and teach all nations, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. This text in Matthew 26, verse 18 to 20, applies to everyone, every teacher. It applies for those of us, all of us, who have answered the call to the ministry. In confirming any calling, it is important to first examine your heart and motivation. Do you truly feel this call is from God? Or is it a personal desire? Or is it an attempt to live up to someone else's expectation of you? I remember one evening, my mother and my father were having the prayer session. All of us children are in the other rooms. But they will say, let us pray. And so we will just sit down in our individual room, and my father will pray a loud prayer for every one of us to hear. I still remember my father said, Father God, you have given us a lot of children, because there are 8 of us in the family, brothers and sisters. I pray, Lord, that some of them would become teachers. I pray, Lord, that some of them will serve you in different capacities in the church. I will never forget. I can never forget that prayer. It is my father's desire that I would become a teacher. I would become a pastor. And so is my other brother. And so are my sisters and my younger brothers. God answered my father's prayer. Praise God, because of his prayer, all of us are active in church up to this day. Do you truly feel that being a teacher is a call from God? Or is it a personal desire? Or is it the desire of someone else? Like for myself, it's the desire of my father. Preaching or teaching? The only difference between preaching and teaching is how loud you talk. I would like to challenge everyone to, between preaching and teaching. The difference between preaching and teaching is how loud you talk. Teachers, are you talking loud in class? Or pastors, are you talking louder than the teachers? It's a question. It's one thing for us to really think about this morning. Jesus, is he a preacher or a teacher? Is he a preacher or a teacher? It is very interesting to find in several verses in the Bible, like in Matthew chapter 4, verse 23, Matthew chapter 9, verse 35, Matthew 11, verse 1, Acts 5, verse 42, Acts 15, verse 15. It sounds like, and Jesus went about in Galilee, teaching in the synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom. It is interesting to find that teaching is ahead of preaching. Preaching is primarily for the lost, and teaching is for the saved. I wonder if you agree on this one. Preaching is primarily for the lost, and teaching is for the saved. Teachers, I believe that while we answer the call to ministry, it is not primarily for the lost students, but it is also, or it's more on maintaining the faith of the students to our Lord Jesus. There are four aspects to the biblical call to a teaching ministry. Number one is aspiration. Aspire in Greek, to reach out for, desiring. Such as in 1 Timothy 3 verse 1, it says, if anyone aspires to the office of overseers, he desire a noble task. Ability, that's another aspect of the call to a teaching ministry. We have the ability, we have the skill to do the job. As in 1 Timothy 3 verse 2, able to teach. Teachers, are you able to teach? Are we able to teach? Am I able to teach? The next aspect of the biblical call to a teaching ministry is affirmation, part of the call. Affirmation from other people, not only parents. And the next aspects to the biblical call to a teaching ministry is appointment to a position of teaching, commissioning in an important step. Teachers, friends in the ministry, we have been appointed. We have accepted the appointment as a teacher. I hope that we will continue to aspire, continue to improve our abilities in the job, so that people will continue, the parents of the students themselves, and all people who have affirmed you as a teacher will continue to give the affirmation. This is something that I would like to leave to each and every one of you this morning. But teachers, a special class of heroes, are still generally unsung, overlooked. Oh, we have taken note of their courage and of the lives they've saved. But do we actually think of ourselves? Or do we actually think of ourselves, these people are the real heroes here? My dear teachers, my dear friends in the ministry, my colleagues in the ministry, never mind, we may be an unsung heroes. Not so many people will give us the recognition because we have done our very best, our dedication, our commitment, our love for the Master, Jesus, the Master Teacher. The work that we will do daily in the classrooms and elsewhere probably had been overlooked. Maybe the administrators have overlooked the kind of commitment, the kind of courage and the love that you have to the ministry. Yeah, never mind. In heaven, when Jesus comes to take us home in heaven, he would give us the real recognition of our work as heroes in the ministry of the gospel. So may God bless each and every one of you teachers and friends, my fellow believers. Yes, you may be unsung heroes, but our guardian angels are faithfully recording what we are doing for him in the teaching ministry. May God bless each and every one of you teachers. Amen.
ต้องกราบขอบพระคุณท่านศาสตราจารย์โคนิสกาบูเป็นอย่างสูงนะคะที่ท่านได้แบ่งปันพระวจนะคำของพระเจ้าเพื่อหนุนใจให้ชีวิตของเราเนี่ยเรียนแบบชีวิตของพระเยซูคริสต์ซึ่งเป็นครูต้นแบบที่ดีที่อุทิศตนในการรับใช้งานของพระเจ้านะคะแล้วก็ทำทุกอย่างด้วยความรักและความเต็มใจค่ะขอบคุณมากค่ะ
ในช่วงสุดท้ายนี้ครับของการนมัสการในวันนี้นะครับขอเรียนเชิญศาสนาจารย์นิพิพลคงธีกทัศน์หัวหน้าแผนกศาสนาจารย์สำนักงานสหมิชชั่นเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้เป็นผู้อธิษฐานปิดการนมัสการในเช้าวันนี้ครับ
Okay, in response to the message from Pastor Cornish, shall we all bow our heads for prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, our God and Creator of heaven and earth, we lift up your name and humble our hearts before thy throne of grace today, in the special day of TAM's Education Day. We recognize your steadfast love that manifests to us through the cross of Calvary, the death and the suffering of your Son, Jesus Christ, on our behalf. We thank you for the wonderful blessing that you give to us through the message of your servant, Pastor Konis. So Lord, may this message be our hope, be our courage, and be the source of our blessings to our students and our colleagues as we serve you in this special and unique ministry. Because of your love, you call each one of us to serve in your ministry as a pastors and as a teachers. We would like each one of us to reflect of who you are, your character and your nature of kindness and gentleness, of love and faithfulness, and how you commit yourself to your task, to your ministry, and you expect us to follow your footsteps. So Lord, especially as most of us here as teachers, we are to educate and train the students to become not only the education that will benefit their future professions, but also, Lord, their spiritual experience and journey that they will have with you. I pray that through the resources that they will learn together for these 2 days would enable all of our teachers to unitedly engage themselves effectively in their education ministry that they are being called for. And may they gain the courage to serve with spirit-filled lives, with joy and happiness, becoming the channel of your blessings to the parents, to the students, and also their fellow workers. Dear Heavenly Father, we commit each other into your almighty hands at this very hour. Help us, all of us, to remain faithful until the end. And with my special prayer to all the participants during this training and seminar, that may the Lord bless you and keep you, and may the Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. And may the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. May all these things be according to your will, Lord. For I pray this prayer in the name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
งามมากจริงๆนะคะต้องขอขอบคุณตัวแทนจากคุณครูโรงเรียนนานาชาติอย่างไรด้วย
นะครับ ขอเรียนเชิญท่านประธานในพิธีศาสนาจารย์สมชัยชื่นจิตประธานสำนักงานสหมิชชั่นเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้นะครับมารับฟังวัตถุประสงค์นะครับของการจัดงานและกล่าวเปิดงานสัมมนาวันการศึกษาแอดเวนทิสต์แห่งประเทศไทยครั้งที่ 2ในหัวข้อโจงประกาศพระกิตติคุณหรือไอดูโกล
ลำดับต่อจากนี้นะคะขอเรียนเชิญท่านหัวหน้าแผนกการศึกษาสำนักงานคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยท่านอาจารย์สวนีเกียรติยันยงได้กล่าวรายงานต่อท่านประธานในพิธีขอเรียนเชิญค่ะเรียนท่านประธานยูเนียนและผู้บริหารคณะกรรมการทุกท่านรวมทั้งคณะครูบุคลากรทุกคนดิฉันในนามคณะกรรมการการดำเนินงานโครงการวันการศึกษาครั้งที่ 2โครงการพัฒนาผู้บริหารคณะครูและบุคลากรทางการศึกษาคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist ด้วยระบบออนไลน์ขอขอบคุณท่านศาสนาจารย์สมชายชื่นจิตประธานยูเนียนเป็นอย่างมากที่ท่านได้กรุณาให้เป็นเกียรติในการเป็นประธานในการเปิดงานโครงการในวันนี้ยังอยากจะกล่าวถึงหลักการและเหตุผลที่วันนี้มีการจัดงานในโครงการนี้ขึ้นมาการแพร่ระบาดของโรคโควิด -19 ในขณะนี้ได้เพิ่มมากขึ้นทุกวันและครอบคลุมพื้นที่ทั่วประเทศไทยความรุนแรงของโรคก็เพิ่มขึ้นจากแต่ละครั้งที่ผ่านมามีการแพร่ระบาดง่ายขึ้นกว่าเดิมทำให้โรงเรียนภายใต้การทำงานของสำนักงานมิชชั่นนั้นต้องปิดการเรียนการสอนภายในโรงเรียนลงไปการอบรมการสัมมนาการจัดประชุมต่างๆได้มีการเปลี่ยนไปทำให้ภาระงานต่างๆของโรงเรียนนั้นต้องขับเคลื่อนไปอย่างยากลำบากรัฐบาลได้ประกาศนโยบายให้ทำงานที่บ้านวิธีการทำงานแบบใหม่การสอนออนไลน์การประชุมออนไลน์เพื่อสกัดกั้นการระบาดของโรคระบาดโควิด -19 ทุกคนต้องมีการปรับตัวกับวิถีชีวิตใหม่วิธีการทำงานแบบใหม่การเรียนการสอนแบบใหม่ทางแผนกการศึกษามูลนิธิคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยในฐานะผู้กำกับดูแลโรงเรียนทั้งสิ้นจำนวน12แห่งทั้งโรงเรียนในระบบและนอกระบบมีทั้งโรงเรียนนานาชาติและโรงเรียนสามัญที่เป็นแผนกไทยมีความตระหนักถึงความจำเป็นในการพัฒนาผู้บริหารคณะครูและบุคลากรเพื่อให้เกิดมีความรู้ความเข้าใจความพร้อมในการบริหารงาน
และการทำงานให้สอดคล้องกับเป้าหมายการจัดการศึกษาคริสตจักรภายใต้วิถีใหม่เพื่อให้การดำเนินงานของโรงเรียนสามารถดำเนินการได้และเป็นไปตามวัตถุประสงค์ของการจัดการศึกษาคริสตจักรรวมทั้งเป้าหมายการจัดการศึกษาตามนโยบายกระทรวงศึกษาธิการคณะกรรมการการศึกษา Seventh Day Adventist แห่งประเทศไทยจึงขอดำเนินการโครงการวันการศึกษาครั้งที่ 2โครงการพัฒนาผู้บริหารคณะครูและบุคลากรทางการศึกษาคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist ด้วยระบบออนไลน์วัตถุประสงค์ของการจัดงานในครั้งนี้ 1. เพื่อพัฒนาผู้บริหารคณะครูและบุคลากรทางการศึกษา 2. เพื่อขับเคลื่อนเป้าหมายและนโยบายการศึกษาของคริสตจักร Seventh Day Adventist 3. เพื่อขับเคลื่อนเป้าหมายและนโยบายการศึกษาของกระทรวงศึกษาธิการวันนี้ในการจัดงานจะมีเจ้าหน้าที่หลายฝ่ายเข้ามาร่วมในการดูแลในการช่วยเหลือมีวิทยากรหลายท่านที่เข้ามาช่วยในการบรรยายเรามีความเชื่อมั่นว่าท่านเหล่านั้นเป็นท่านที่มีคุณภาพที่จะให้ความรู้ความเข้าใจกับบุคลากรของสถาบันการศึกษาของเราบัดนี้ได้เวลาสมควรแล้วดิฉันขอกราบเรียนเชิญท่านศาสนาจารย์สมชายชื่นจิตประธานยูเนียนได้เปิดโครงการและการบรรยาย
Officially welcome Pastor Somchai Chernchit, our SAUM president, to officially open our program.
Now it's working. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from Southeast Asia Union Mission of Seventh-day Adventists, Educational Director of SAUM, Ministerial Secretary of SAUM, Thailand Adventist Mission President, Executive Secretary and Treasurer, as well as Department Directors, Educational Directors, especially teacher staff, honored guests. Truly, it is an honor for me to preside in this second Thailand Adventist Mission Education Day. And the seminar is held online due to the pandemic, yet the opportunity for everyone to learn new techniques is there. And really, when we think of the theme of I Will Go, during this special training for Educational Day, question is how are we going to use the theme I Will Go and put it to practice after the seminar is completed. Much effort has gone into making this online seminar possible. So it is really imperative for all involved to take the new techniques, the lesson plans, experience presented by the speakers, presenters, to be included in their teaching methods, so that the students not only will learn the techniques and the theories, but because of the experience with the teachers, with the theme, I Will Go, the love of Jesus through education will be implemented. Of course, the theme for this quinquennium is I Will Go, and that means everyone can actually do something for the Lord, especially through education. The young minds are there ready to be tapped, to be imputed with knowledge, experience, especially the love of Jesus. And of course, it's so important to prepare the students for heaven through educational program. So it is my hope that with a lot of work gone into preparing for this special online seminar, and that each one will benefit greatly. Many thanks to the supporting organization, the speakers, attendees, and may God bless each one represented here. Now I declare the official opening of the second Thailand Adventist Education Day. May God bless each one. May God and His presence be felt by all represented. Thank you.
ขอบพระคุณท่านศาสนาจารย์สมชัยชื่นจิตประธานในพิธีเป็นอย่างสูงค่ะ
ครับลำดับต่อไปนะครับก็จะเป็นการถ่ายภาพร่วมกันนะครับในสถานการณ์ปกตินะครับการถ่ายภาพก็ไม่ได้เป็นเรื่องยากนะฮะจัดแจงเวทีเก้าอี้ทุกอย่างแต่ว่าในสถานการณ์ที่นี้นะครับเมื่อเราทุกคนอยู่หน้าจออยู่ในซูมนะครับก็จะต้องมีการใช้การแคปหน้าจอนะครับเพื่อเป็นการถ่ายภาพด้วยกันฉะนั้นนะครับในวันนี้จึงขอความร่วมมือทุกท่านนะครับได้เปิดกล้องนะครับเพื่อที่เราจะได้เห็น
Thank you, Pastor Somchai Chunchit, for officially opening our program this morning. Right now, we're going to take pictures. So we're going to be capturing the different screens. So we ask that you please turn on your cameras. We will have someone who will be capturing our pictures. So please, now is the time to turn on your cameras.
Okay, are we ready? If anyone wants to capture the screen, they can also capture. So I will count, and so that different co-hosts and different people on different screens can capture the pictures. And if your video is not on, please turn it on and show your face so that we can all be there. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, capture. Next page. 1, 2, 3, capture. Look into the camera. มองกล้องด้วยนะคะ Next page. 1, 2, 3, capture. We have 21 pages. Okay, next page. 1, 2, 3, capture. Next page. 1, 2, 3, capture. Smile. Next page. 1, 2, 3, capture. Smile. How many more? More? Our tech team, are you capturing? Okay, next. 1, 2, 3, smile, capture. Next. 1, 2, 3, smile, capture. Next. 1, 2, 3, smile. Don't stop smiling. Show those smiles. Show your teeth. 1, 2, 3, smile. Next. I'm on page 11. 1, 2, 3, smile. Page 12. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. If you're at home, you can capture as well. 1, 2, 3, smile. Are we done? More? 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, Smile. Almost done. Page 18. Oh, no one's video is on page 18. Page 19 also videos are off. 20 videos are off. Okay, capture their names. Okay, thank you very much.
ในนามของแผนกการศึกษาสำนักงานมิชชั่นแห่งประเทศไทยขอขอบคุณทุกท่านที่ให้ความร่วมมือ
On behalf of the Education Department of the Thailand Adventist Mission, I would like to thank everyone for being a part of our opening ceremony this morning. All employees, teachers, faculty, and staff or administrators. As we continue with our program this morning, as we learn new things, as we learn about how to develop our teaching, our schools, and our education, I pray that God will bless you. And at this very moment, I would like to say how thankful I am to see everyone working together and supporting this program by being here with your presence. I want to thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very privileged. I'm so privileged to introduce our guest speaker this morning for the online seminar Thailand Adventist Education Day 2nd. Second, on the topic I will go. The first guest speaker for today is Pastor Dr. Surachet Imsom. Former Adventist World Radio Asia Pacific Region Director. He will be talking on the topic service in mission in the Seventh-day Adventist School. Pastor Surachet have long serving in Seventh-day Adventist, actively serving as radio speaker, radio media script writer, translator, freelance writer, and guest speaker. He aims to serve the Lord continually with his 43 of serving. Next will be Dr. Genevieve Woolport.
พอดีว่าพอ translate ข้างในมันจะมี feedback ก็เลยมานั่งตรงนี้ค่ะ เสร็จแล้วเหรอคะโอเคค่ะ When I translate inside they said it's feedback สวัสดีค่ะ
Is an experienced educational administrator and educator having served in the Caribbean, United States, and Asia at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. She holds a PhD in educational administration, statistics, and technology, and a master in curriculum instruction and assessment. She is currently engaged in the fields of research, online education, and faculty development. She would like to know that while in Thailand, she truly enjoy Thai noodles, and she believes Thailand has some of the best fruit and amazing sticky rice. The next person, we very honored to have our beloved speaker, Dr. Surapi Sorachagun. She always support to our Seventh-day Adventist institution. So Dr. Surapi is Bangkok Patana School Director at the moment. And she will be co-teaching with us with Director Mukda Kamvinit. Director Mukda is from Ban Pradao School. They will be teaching on the topic competency-based curriculum. Next will be Dr. Apiwat Kansivirian. Dr. Apiwat Kansivirian, the Deputy Education of Chiang Rai Province. And together with Director Bunrat Kim Khanti, the School Director of Ban Pong School. They will be talking on the school information system management. The next will be Ajahn Suti Pachapap, the head of Sampasit Hospital Health Education Group. And the topic is school hygiene, coping with COVID-19. This is very important. And the last group for our online seminar today is Professor Dr. Naratip Kunkasem, education, right, and together with Ajahn Yosini Huadong. They will be talking on the principle of nutrition and food sanitarian. Everyone enjoy with our honorable guest speaker. Thank you very much.
ไม่ทราบว่าเดี๋ยวนะครับ host can I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead, please.
You have to enable me. I cannot share. Yeah.
Ready?
Okay. Unmute myself. สวัสดีครับทุกท่านผมรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติอย่างยิ่งไม่ทราบว่าได้ยินเสียงผมไหมครับ
ได้ยินค่ะ
โอเคครับขอบคุณครับรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติอย่างยิ่งเลยทีเดียวนะครับที่เชิญผมมาจริงๆผมเรียกว่าออกจากงานด้านการสอนมาหลายปีนะครับแต่ว่าอย่างไรก็ตามครับวันนี้อยากจะขอนำเอา
Many years now. but this morning I would like to share with you my experience as an educator in the Seventh-day Adventist institution. Before anything else, I would like to introduce who are Seventh-day Adventists. Because if we don't know who we are, and we don't know what our institution stands for, then we will not fully understand our purpose. So the first thing I would like to introduce is the logo of our Seventh-day Adventist institution. As you can see, at the top of the logo is a straight line, and this means or symbolizes us heading forward. It is a symbol of the resurrection and ascension and the second coming of Jesus, which is the embodiment of our faith. So the second thing is you will notice there is like a fire. Okay, the fire symbolizes the Holy Spirit, and the three flames, you can see like the three lines symbolizing the flames. This represents the three angels proclaiming the news around the world. And the Bible, it symbolizes the foundation of our faith and that we accept everything that is taught. And then right in the middle at the bottom is a cross, which represents the news of salvation. So if you look, this is the statistics of our Seventh-day Adventist Church. So you can see that how many schools we have, how many of them are tertiary institutions, secondary schools, primary schools. As you can see, our total enrollment is around at 2 million. So you can see that it is a very big mission field ahead of us. We have a total of more than 9,000 schools around the world. So if we talk about education, we will think about Aristotle and his life-changing quote, where he said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Our Seventh-day Adventist education philosophy, though, goes further than that. We believe that it extends even further where it reaches the soul. We believe that our world is in a controversy, or a great controversy between God and Satan. And God sent Jesus to earth. He overcame sin. He overcame death. And Jesus' death on the cross became everyone's victory. The question is whether the people here on earth will accept his death on the cross. There is one chapter left, the ending So after Satan was chased out of the Garden of Eden, and Jesus came to earth, died for us on the cross, was risen, and went back to heaven. And for the past 2,000 years, Christ's followers have been sharing this good news of everlasting life and that Jesus is going to come back and take us home. So the goal of Seventh-day Adventist education is very clear. And if we don't follow this belief or this goal, then what makes us stand out from all other schools? Then there is no purpose for us to work and earn if there is no purpose. So, as we can see in counsels to parents, teachers, and students, the goal of our education as Seventh-day Adventists is to bring man back into harmony with God, so to elevate and ennoble his moral nature, that he may reflect the image of the Creator. This is the great purpose of all education and discipline of life. So you can see here that the goal is to bring back harmony and the reflection of Christ's image. So how will heaven be like? That is how we want our schools to be as well. Our Adventist education system will reflect the heavenly society that God has intended for us. Not only that, our schools should give tools and resources for our students, our parents, everyone in our school community to be wiser and to live healthier lives. It provides us opportunities to look beyond ourselves and to serve others. And also it connects us through friends, partners, and reaching out to our community. And most importantly, it helps us to fulfill our potential of being good citizens as we eagerly anticipate for eternity with Jesus, with our God who has created us. And the SDA education objectives is to restore in man the image of his maker, to bring him back to perfection in which he was created. I did not study my elementary or high school in a Seventh-day Adventist institution, but I was able to experience SDA education in my later years of education, but not in my earlier years. To develop human individuals. We talk about developing healthy thoughts, and high moral standards of values such as honesty, sincerity, and faithfulness.
สันทนาการที่ดีและหลักการเพื่อ
ครับไปออฟฟิศแบบนี้ฟังเอาหูฟังที่ต้องผมแนะนำ
ในฟิโลโซฟีหรือที่เรียกว่าปรัชญาการศึกษาของ Seven Day Adventist
So we have our SDA education philosophy, which many of you may be familiar with. It says that the Seventh-day Adventists have embraced the philosophy that education should be redemptive in nature for the purpose of restoring human beings to the image of God, our Creator, and focusing on mental, physical, and social, as well as spiritual health, intellectual growth, and service to humanity. These are the core values that are important to the essential aspects of Adventist education. So it would be a good idea if our schools would put up the SDA education philosophy for our teachers to see and to be reminded. Before in our Adventist University in Wok Lake, there was a school with a motto. Please excuse me, I was not able to catch all of that. So the education objectives is to maintain each school with a spiritual atmosphere where we pray, we worship, and we do the will of God. And for us to be a Seventh-day Adventist school, we need to center our teaching around the Bible. And we need to enable each student to be able to achieve the Christian philosophy of life and to have opportunities to acquire the attitudes, knowledge, and skills that are necessary to express this philosophy in Christian character. And we also want to promote independent thinking, to be able to speak their thoughts, and have the highest achievement. So our goal is that we want to develop character first, education later. And as Seventh-day Adventist educators, we also want to give students the opportunity to learn about habits that are good for healthful living so that they may develop physically and mentally and be strong and healthy. In the last 10 years, I have traveled to 40 different countries, but there is one country that I have not been able to visit, and that is Pakistan. And I have seen that almost all Adventist schools that I have visited, even in the remote areas or the remote islands that are like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, there are Seventh-day Adventist schools there. And we can see that there are similarities with all our Adventist schools. we can see that we emphasize and teach about healthful living. And this year I'm 65, almost 66. But I feel like I cannot stop working. I have so much more to do. I have so much more to share. And that is because I still feel like I am physically strong. The Seventh-day Adventist Foundations is actually not from Ellen G. White, but it actually comes from the Bible. So the foundation for Adventist education actually comes from the Bible. So how have we gotten it from the Bible? So Jews are regarded as people of the book. And Christians are also believed to be people of the book. Now, in Hebrew, the word Chinook means education, and the word that shares the same root as the word Chanukah or dedication. Okay. But unlike the Greek ideal that regards education as enlightenment, example, being led out of the cave of ignorance, the Jewish ideal implies dedication to God and his concrete purposes on earth. So the Hebrew word Chinu comes from the Torah's description of dedicating a tool for use at the holy altar. So godly education is the process of modeling how to be made into a fit vessel for the service of God in this world. So all other ends of knowledge ultimately exist for this purpose, that through this we can actually see education, or we can regard education as a form of worship. The Jews have been around less than 4,000 years since the time of Abraham. They were in Egypt, Medo-Persia, the Romans. They have all lost, but Israels are still standing. So let's have a look. As we can see, there are many Jews that have received Nobel Prizes. So more than 900 Nobel Prizes have been awarded, and 20% of those who were awarded were actually Jews, and they were awarded in all aspects, such as like physics, chemistry, economy, physiology or medicine, literature, and peace. And from 1904 to 2021, the 232 Jews have received Nobel Prize awards. Those who are teaching values or social studies, I recommend this book for you to read. it will explain about the Jewish education system and the heritage of their education and why their education has been successful.
ท่านคึกฤทธิ์นะฮะหม่อมคึกฤทธิ์ปราโมทย์อดีตนายกของเราเนี่ยนะครับท่านบอกว่าศาสนาอยู่บังคับ
The author of this book named Pramod mentioned that Judaism is the most important thing that preserves the Jewish state of Judaism. So it is a religion that can be carried with the followers, and regardless of which country the Jews were taken to or migrated to, the God of the Jews is always with them, not only in the temple, but in their hearts. So wherever the Jews goes, God is with them.
ไม่ว่ายิวจะถูกกวาดต้อนไปอยู่ในประเทศใดหรืออพยพอยู่ในประเทศใดพระเจ้าของยิวไม่ได้ประทับอยู่แต่วิหารที่กรุงเยรูซาเล็ม
So God is not only in the temple in Jerusalem. Even if the four walls of a church or the four walls of a temple have been destroyed, it doesn't matter, because in the end it is God that lives in their hearts, and wherever they go, God is with them.
ศาสนายูดาห์ของยิวติดตัวไปได้ทุกแห่งนี้เองนะครับจึงเป็น
So as mentioned, that this is very, very important.
เพราะว่าคนยิวนะครับรักษาวันสะบาโตทำให้คนยิวไม่ทิ้งพระเจ้า
It's there was someone who said that the Sabbath exists, that's why God is with them. But someone said, no, that is not correct. It is the Sabbath that has kept us close to God and has made us who we are.
ท่านคึกฤทธิ์กล่าวถ้อยคำนี้ที่ผมชอบมากนะครับท่านบอกว่าสำหรับชนชาติอื่นในสมัยนั้นนะฮะสมัยที่โลกยังมีแต่สงครามแย่งชิงอำนาจของมหาอำนาจต่างๆในสมัยก่อนนะฮะนับพัน
For
กว่าปี
other people in those days, religion at church, the Jews were not like other peoples of their time, because the Jews built their own religious synagogues in each person.
ยอมแพ้เอาง่ายๆแต่พวกยิวไม่เหมือนชนชาติอื่นในสมัยเดียวกันเพราะยิวสร้างโบสถ์วิหารศาสนาของตนไว้ในแต่ละคนคือยิวมีพระเจ้าอยู่ใน
Jews, as mentioned, the Jews built God's presence was not seen or symbolized by a statue or a temple or any certain thing, but it was the religious synagogue or the temple within each person, the heart of each person. So if the Jewish religion was to be wiped out, they said then that means all the Jews would have to be killed and no one would be remain.
พระเยซูเป็นคนเอเชียอิสราเอลเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของทวีปเอเชียนะครับศาสนาคริสต์เป็นศาสนาของคนเอเชีย
Christianity is part of Asian, a part of Asia. And it was shared to those in Europe and around the world. And wherever there were missionaries, that's where Christianity was shared. And in the Bible, it tells us that Jesus went around the different cities and the different villages, and he taught in their synagogues. So Christ was first of all a teacher.
ผมเรียกว่าสามประสานการทำงานของพระเยซู
There are three main aspects to God's example of service of Jesus. What did he do? And these three things are teaching, preaching, and healing. And when he would go and visit the people in the cities and the villages, he would preach about the gospel of the kingdom. He would heal their sicknesses and diseases. He was like a shepherd taking care of the sheep, offering healing, offering spiritual food, offering guidance. I would like to emphasize that as educators, we need to serve our students, teach our students with love, with agape love. And this agape love in Greek, which we cannot find in any other language, which is a kind of unconditional love. Like everything that we have in us, we show it to the person in front of us without any limits. And God loved us in the same way. He served us with all that he was and all that he had. This picture is a picture that I saw in our one of our main offices in the States in Washington, D.C. I was so touched with this picture that I saw. And I was looking at it, I was so touched because it showed me that Jesus did not reject anyone, even if they were sick or they were dirty or they were not approachable. And these people could not go to the temple to see Jesus. They maybe were crippled or sick. They couldn't make their way. But what did Jesus do? Jesus came to them. He came in contact with them. And he pitied them. And when we say pity, we mean like in the Greek word, the sense of like we pity them and we give all that we have to help them, to serve them. And this is another picture where Jesus, knelt down and washed his disciples' feet. And this is what we call Christ-like service. As we serve others, as we serve and teach our students, as we work together, we need to be humble, just as Jesus was humble. In the book of Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 10, it says, "For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them." This is God's call for Christian teachers for his redemptive service. So how do we do this? The value of service is, partnering with God to bring change and a difference to the world. And the important thing is not about the time or how long you live in the world, but but the quantity and the way that you give to others, it does not depend on how long we live, but how do we live? How do we live differently?
ภาษาอังกฤษก็คือ Ministry of Healing นะครับที่บอกว่าวิธีการของพระคริสต์เพียงอย่างเดียวเท่านั้นที่จะทำให้ประสบความสำเร็จในการเข้าถึงประชาชนและเข้าถึงนักเรียน
So, in the ministry of healing, it talks about Christ's method, how Christ's method brings true success. So as we interact with our students, as we get to know them, as we interact with them, as we get to know them personally, then just as Christ showed his sympathy and ministered to their needs, he was able to win their confidence. And in the same way, we can follow what Christ did, is to show sympathy and to reach out to the needs of those that we're working with or that we're teaching with. All we need to do is do our very best where we are and what we have been given to do. So about 2 to 3 years ago, I had the privilege of going to Hong Kong, and I was able to visit the grave of Abraham LaRue. He was from America, and he wanted to share the good news in China. And he went there in around 1888. And after 133 years, we have I cannot remember the number of Seventh-day Adventists we have in our Asia, but I do know that in our SSD we have about 2 million. If we include India or in Asia, we have around maybe 3 or more million SDA church members. So Ellen White tells us that those who undertake the work of educating others, we are just like ministers. And she mentioned that as an educator, as a teacher, we need patience, that we will be able to carry our pupils forward from one point to another, intellectually and spiritually as well, and to enlarge their views for their work in the influence and the ranks. There was a survey that was made, or a study that was made, about sharing the gospel, what is the most effective. And it shows here that the most effective way to witness is actually through personal witness by church members, which you can see is around 79%, while 7% comes from, evangelistic meetings or preachers talking. So Ellen G says that heaven is a school. Its field of study is the universe. So don't forget that heaven is our school, and the whole universe is the school itself. things that we can learn. And it's the teacher, the infinite one.
ตั้งขึ้นในสวนเอเดนเมื่อแผนการไถ่สำเร็จแล้ว
And it was said that a branch of this school was established in Eden. And the plan of redemption accomplished. In the end, education will again be taken up in the Eden school.
การจบไป2 รอบแล้วครั้งแรกเมื่อผมเริ่มออกไปเป็นครูสอนพระคัมภี
The
ร์
first time when I went out to teach the Bible 43 years ago, I taught in Thai.
อีกครั้งหนึ่งเมื่อผมไปเป็นอาจารย์สอนอยู่ที่วิทยาลัยมิชชั่นในสมัย
And then when I was a professor in Mission College,
อ่านแล้ว
I read the Bible,
ฝากว่าหนังสือ
the different books written by Ellen G. White. And these are the 3 books that I would like to say that we as Adventist teachers should have, where we have it on hand to read. And it's not something that we need to rush through and read. We don't have to finish it like in weeks or days or months. We can take even years to slowly digest and read it, maybe even like three pages a night. And you know, these books, you don't have to buy them. You can actually get them online through the EGY app. It's free. So through these books, we will know the purpose of our Seventh-day Adventist education. And in the end, God, we must appear before God, before the judgment seat of Christ, and each of us will receive what is due for what he has done in this body that God has given us, whether it's good or evil. Have we accomplished his will for us? Have we done his work? In 1 Corinthians 3:9, it says that we are God's fellow workers. We are fellow workers in God's field, God's building. So fellow is like a friend, someone we are close to. And God's second coming is the highest goal and mission, to share the second coming of Jesus. As Adventists, we are waiting for him to come back to take us home. And all of us serving him, there is laid up for us a crown of righteousness. There is a word, Stephanos. It's like the leaf of the olive branch, if I'm not mistaken, and they make that into a crown. And the crown of thorns, or the crown that Jesus wore, was also Stephanos. And how can we overcome sin? How can we overcome death? We overcome this through Jesus Christ. And when we do this, we will have this crown of eternal life, this crown of righteousness.
นี่แหละครับและแผ่นดินสวรรค์คือสูงสุดของเป้าหมายของการศึกษาของเซเว่น
And heaven is the goal of our Seventh-day Adventist education. We don't know our influence to our students. We may have our student who will come one day and thank us and say, thank you for teaching me about God. Thank you for bringing me to Jesus. And I believe that this is the greatest gift and the greatest mission that we have as Seventh-day Adventist teachers.
นักศึกษาทุกคนคือจิตวิญญาณที่พระเจ้ามอบไว้ในมือของท่านแล้วเราทุกคนจะต้องทำหน้าที่ให้ดีที่สุดให้สมกับ
God has given us this mission, and God is, after we have given our life of service to Him, we will go home to have eternal life, and God will say, come and be with me. May God bless you all.
.ในวันนี้นะคะทางแผนกการศึกษาขอขอบคุณท่านดร. สุรเชษฐ์
This morning we would like to thank Dr. Surachet very much for his time, for our teachers and staff this morning under the Thailand Adventist Mission. He is a talented man, a very knowledgeable man. And whenever we ask him to help us with anything, he is always so willing. We, on behalf of the Thailand Adventist Mission, we thank you so much, Pastor and Dr. Surachet Insom. We have a special certificate for you, and let's give Pastor Surachet a hand and to thank him for his message today.
We will now have a video from UAmes so that we can see what's going on in their school.
We have been called to follow Christ. We are to preach, we are to teach, we are to fight. So where you lead me, I will go. Touch my lips, by your strength I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, who will go for us? I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, Lord, I will go. Because my eyes have seen the King, I must tell all the world worship Him. In all the nations, in all the world, where He sends me, yes,
Thank you very much. That was the video from UAIMS. We will now have a special game prepared by Mrs. Ethel from BAIS. We will unmute you now.
Good morning, everyone. Now we have come to our TAM Education Day trivia, and we will be using Kahoot to do this one. I know that most of us have used Kahoot already, but for the sake of those first-timers, or the first time to use this one, let me give a quick how-to so that they will also. Okay, let me adjust my screen first. Okay, so what you can do is go to your internet browser and type kahoot.it. And then when this appears, you will enter the game pin that I will be showing on the screen later. And then after entering the pin, you click enter. And then the next one will appear like this. It will ask for your nickname. May I request everyone to use the same naming guide that we are using here in Zoom. You will use the abbreviated name of your school, and then please use your real name in writing beside the abbreviation of your school's name, because prizes await those who will be able to make it to the top 28. Okay, so please don't forget abbreviation of the name of your school plus your real name. And then you will click OK, go. And when you see this, you're in, it means you're ready to Kahoot. Okay, now, sorry about that. This is now the game pin that we will be using. I think I will be able to accommodate only 200 players, but the last time I checked were 505. So let's see who can. Wow. Okay.
We apologize, but since I think not everyone can join the game, we will open the breakout rooms so that speakers can begin. And then when the game is finished, those of you who finish in the game can join the breakout rooms. So I will open the breakout rooms now. เดี๋ยวจะเปิด breakout room ตอนนี้นะคะ You can choose the breakout room according to the group that you are in. ให้เลือกห้องตามที่เราอยู่แผนกไหนนะคะ ถ้าเป็นครูเข้าแผนกของครูภาษาไทย ถ้าเป็นแผนกแม่บ้านก็เข้าของ support staff นะคะ
Thank
Okay, so we have just about 54 people here. I think that we can begin. I hope that's okay. Awesome. Okay, so today we're going to be looking at techniques for effective online teaching. Good morning, everyone, and it's good to meet you. I am excited to be here. Before I get into what we're going to do, I just want to crave your indulgence. I know that it's morning where you are, but where I am, it's just a few minutes before midnight. And so it's quite late, and I will be with you for the session. So I will be pulling what is called an all-nighter with you. I hope that's okay. So I just want to crave your indulgence for this first training session, because I will have to be referring to my notes, not because, basically because my brain will not be operating at optimal because of the time of night. I'm very happy to be here. I'm excited, but just for this first workshop, please allow me to use the notes. I promise when we get to the second and third sessions, they are going to be interactive and there will be no need for notes. But just to begin, I'm going to be referring to my notes quite a bit. Now we're going to be having this training in 3 sessions. And the first session, we're just going to look at transitioning from the face-to-face or the traditional classroom to the online or blended environment. I met with one of your representatives, and what was shared with me is that you would like to get more tools that you can use for teaching online or for blended teaching. So the next 2 sessions, we're going to be introducing tools that you can use in your online and blended classroom. Now, I had just 3 criteria for the tools or the applications that we'll be introducing the software. The first is that it had to be cost effective. And so I sourced software that is free for teachers. There is a freemium version, so there is no cost. The software had to be easy to use, and it also meets that criteria. Hopefully, by the end of those 2 second sessions, you will actually have accounts in these packages and be able to use them. And the third is that it had to be able to interface or integrate with your learning management system. I was told that you use Google, Schoology, and I think it's Moodle. So I've looked for things that integrated with these LMS systems. So hopefully, when we get to those, there will be something that you can use. So we plan to introduce Edpuzzle. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Unfortunately, right now, I cannot see your faces. I believe there is supposed to be someone by the name of Lynn in the room. Is Lynn here? Co-hosting? Okay, seems not. Okay, so we will have an opportunity for questions at the end of the session. I'm hoping by then the co-host is here and we'll be able to do that. Okay, for now, let's look at transitioning to the online and blended environment. Give me a minute. This happens sometimes. The PowerPoint is not moving, so I have to stop sharing and then share again so that it will work. So please give me a minute. Let's try that again. Still not working. There you go. Awesome.
So we're going to begin looking at transitioning from the face-to-face to the online or blended environment. And we're looking at how this affects what we do as teachers and what students experience as they transition to the online environment. I forgot something a little while ago. The platforms we'll be looking at are Edpuzzle and Nearpod. And if we have additional time, we'll look at creating content with Google Slides, such as escape rooms and gamifying learning. So to begin this session, let's look at the 5 C's of education, just to put the rest of the presentation in perspective. So we're looking at the community, the content, the context, the channel, and the culture. So the community is made up of teachers, and these are the front line of education. This is what you call the foot soldier. Teachers are at the front, and they are one of the main instruments in the educational process. Community is also made up of students, and students are basically the reason the community exists. If there were no students, there would be no need for the community. The community also includes parents and other stakeholders, such as school administrators, policymakers, and business and community members who would influence what happens in the institution and in the educational process. When we speak about content, we're talking about curriculum, the knowledge, skills, behaviors, and attitudes that the community brings to the students. And then we move on to context. Context refers to location, and whether this location is face-to-face or online. This is where the students engage with content. And this is one of the areas we will see changes as we transition, and we're going to get to that. And then we move on to the channel. The channel includes the strategies, the methods, and the tools used in presenting content to the student. So strategies could include the differentiation techniques used by teachers. It can include a parent doing homework with their child, and it can include an administrator offering training for teachers. So all of these things would be the strategies and the methods and the tools that we employ to ensure that we get content to our students in a manner that it can foster success for the student. And finally, let's look at culture. So culture is basically those perceptions, behaviors, beliefs, habits, and ideas that are shared within a particular community. And culture influences the channels, the context, and the content provided for the community. So culture is very important, and we will look at that a little more later. So it's the culture, whether it's local, regional, international, or even school culture, that determines what is prioritized in any given institution. Basically, culture is incredibly important because it will determine how, for example, finances are allocated. When we look at administrators and in their determination of how finances are allocated for, let's say, infrastructure or curriculum development or teacher training, that would be determined or influenced by the culture and the views of education that the administrators and policyholders and other financial stakeholders have about education. Great. So given the way culture influences education, we should consider culture as we're looking at transitioning from a face-to-face to a blended or online environment. And we have to adjust our perceptions or behaviors or beliefs and our ideas about learning and how it happens. And we also need to look at the different pillars, the other pillars of education, the community, the content, the context, and the channel to see how the transition affects these different pillars of education. Now, when we look at the community and the content, we can see that these remain relatively stable during the transition. The community seldom changes. They are going to be the same teachers, same administrators, and the same students. The community staff can be added to the community. For example, we may want to get somebody who's versed in educational technology, a specialist, ed tech specialist, but generally the community stays the same. The content as well, the curriculum we provide to the students will remain the same, relatively the same, because the math curriculum would still be the math curriculum and the social studies curriculum will all.
Sorry, there was a technical difficulty. The room.
Relatively stable, but the context and the channel is what tends to change the most as we transition to online and blended learning. Of course, the context is the location, and that's one thing that changes because students are now engaging with content at home or some location separate from the traditional classroom. And as a result of the distance in that online education brings, we need to also look at the channel. We have a distance in terms of time and in terms of space. Students are no longer in the same location as the teacher, so there's a distance in terms of space. In terms of time, the student may not necessarily interact with the content at the same time as the teacher. It may be what is called asynchronous learning, where you provide course content and the student can interact with that content at their own time and pace. So there's a distance in time and there's a distance in terms of space. And as a result, we need to look at the strategies and the tools that we use, and we need to adapt them to kind of facilitate this distance that online and blended learning brings. Oh dear. Yeah, sorry about that. It was frozen again. Okay, so let's look at the elements of the pillars that change. We're going to look at the context, the culture, and the channel. So the context is that location. It's where students interact with the content, where they interact with each other, and where they are when they interact with each other and with the teacher. And it is where they interact with the content. The culture, that's how we think and act, what we believe. And the channels, again, are those strategies, methods, and tools that we use to facilitate learning. So let's take them one by one. We will begin with the context. So again, the context is where students interact. And when we look at the online learning context, we will notice that more learning is happening outside of the classroom, simply because that's where the students are. They're not in the classroom. And so the students are learning outside, and therefore they engage in more independent and often self-directed learning. And so as we get to the strategies and the culture, we need to remember that the learning is happening often separate from the teacher, if it's not in a live session, such as with Zoom or Google Meet. And the student now has to be empowered to be more self-directed and to work independently. As a result of this, we also see that parental roles increase, especially in the COVID times. I saw in my own country and in my region, as we were providing training all of last year because of the COVID situation, we all had to go online. And parents, many parents, it was actually a blessing that they were home because they had to sit with their children during online classes, live sessions, especially younger children. If you have a kindergartner, often you can't just log him into a class. And so the parents had to be there. And so the parental role, the parental involvement in education of the child increased. And so there is a responsibility for parents to take more responsibility in the online environment and for teachers to communicate to parents how they can do that. And there is this wonderful feature of body language when we're teaching a class where we can sort of gauge whether our students are understanding, because we can basically scan the class and read their body language. We can look and see whether our students are engaged, whether they're excited about the learning, whether their faces are just lit up with understanding, or we can see if they look sort of a little bit sluggish and not too involved and maybe confused. However, in the online environment, we lose our ability to really gauge body language like we can in the face-to-face or traditional classroom. It's not completely lost, as we will see later. Zoom will help if it's a smaller class, not a very large class. You can't monitor maybe 40, 50 students at the same time. And it depends on the mode you're using Zoom for. So basically that immediate feedback that we get from body language is lost. So this is what we see different in the context in online learning when compared to the traditional classroom. And because of the context, we need to look at our culture, our understanding, our beliefs, and our behaviors with regard to education. As we enter online and blended learning, we need to have a new mindset. E-learning requires a mindset, a way of looking at education, a new way. For example, I've had the experience where you're teaching online or face-to-face, and the students become very self-directed. I don't know if you share my experience, but you feel a sense of guilt, like you're not doing enough because you're not involved and you're not there with them, just getting things done. And I think we need to begin to step away from that, what we call the sage on the stage mentality, and become what is called a guide on the side. So those are popular phrases that are used now. You're probably familiar with them. But we need to now really begin to empower our online students and be more willing to let go of the control that we had as teachers that helped us to feel more comfortable within the learning environment. And to do that, we need to adapt new behaviors. You may have heard the saying about doing different things or doing things differently. I think when we look at the online environment, it's more about doing things differently. I have a friend named Christopher. He presented with me at one time, and he used a really beautiful analogy for showing doing things differently. He likened it to a cook who is preparing a meal. If you are a cook, or if you like cooking and you cook for your family, in your own kitchen, you would know where everything is. You have a recipe, maybe you have your recipes on the fridge, or you have a recipe book in a particular cupboard, or maybe the recipes are in your head. But you know where to find your measuring spoon, your rice ladle, you know where your ingredients are. It's all right there at your fingertips. And that is a parallel to the traditional classroom. We're accustomed to that because we've been in the traditional classroom for the majority of our teaching experience. But as we transition to the online environment, we have now been invited to a friend's house and we're asked to prepare the meal there. So now we're at the friend's house and we don't know where everything is. We don't know which cupboard she puts her rice in. We don't know where her measuring cups are or her measuring spoons and so many other things that we need. Now, there are things that are going to be the same. For example, you go to any kitchen, you're probably going to see kitchen cupboards, you will see a stove, you will see a fridge. So there are some things that remain the same, but then there are some things that would not be exactly where you have it in your kitchen. So doing things differently is just a matter of going and finding those new things or those new locations where you can get the tools and the skills or apply the strategies that you need to. The teacher's role basically is to present content, to engage students, and still be able to foster community. So as you think about culture, we have to figure out how do we enter this new kitchen, this new field, and still be able to do that. In the kitchen, you still have to cook that nutritious, delicious, and visually appealing meal. In the classroom, we still have to engage our students. We still have to be able to build community, help them feel like they belong to the school, and we have to be, or the class, or just a task. And we also have to be able to engage students, get them alive with learning. And the online environment actually provides us with a number of tools that make that possible. But before we get to those tools, let's look at what teachers could do as they adopt new behaviors. Collaboration is a very powerful tool for teachers. And the internet makes collaboration even more powerful. We can collaborate at the school level with each other, but there are also global communities that are very actually open, and you can get ideas from other teachers and share your own ideas, find out about new tools. They even share lessons. So definitely collaborate with the teachers who are close to you, but also reach out to teachers anywhere in the world, and especially in places where they may have been in the online environment for quite some time. So teachers just need to view their roles a little differently. It's not about being different, but just doing things differently. So we've seen a change in the context, and we've seen the change in the culture. And now we're going to look at the strategies that we need and the ways we need to modify our strategies, because this is what is in the hand of the teacher, to change these strategies, just to modify them a little bit to suit the environment, the new environment. So we can keep the same strategies we used before. So if you like differentiation of instruction or differentiation of assessment or differentiation of content, that can still happen. We can keep the strategies we're accustomed using. Cooperative learning, classroom management strategies, we can still use those strategies. We can still follow the recipe, just that we're doing it a little differently because we're in a different context. So we need to modify the process, and we're going to look at that. How do we tweak these strategies to suit the online environment? And one of the things that the online environment facilitates is the ability to expand our strategies. There are such amazing tools out there that help us to be able to do more. For example, with differentiation, I actually think that it is easier to differentiate in an online classroom than it is face-to-face because the content is all there, the platforms are there. We're going to look at that. And so differentiation is easy in the online environment. And we're going to look at it here, and then we'll see how you can use Edpuzzle and Nearpod later in the other sessions for differentiation. One tool, one strategy that's universal is direct instruction. Anywhere you've been in the world, you're going to see in some classroom a teacher standing in front of the class, basically sharing knowledge and understanding content with students. And it is a very important part of the educational process. I don't think it's something we can leave completely behind us, even though we want to move from being the main person in the education, excuse me, in the educational experience, the sage on the stage, and we want to empower our students. Direct instruction is still very important. And we don't need to lose this strategy in the online environment, excuse me. We've been using video conferencing all day today, and we've all been using the Zoom platform, and it allows us to interact live and to some extent be able to see each other and be able to communicate. So direct instruction can continue with platforms like this, with Zoom and Google Meet and all the others that are available to teachers. And I really love the platform even when the class is smaller, because there could be a close interaction. But even with big classes, we can continue to have direct instruction. We don't have to be incredibly distant from each other because of the online environment. Additionally, we can use teacher-created videos. And we're going to look at Edpuzzle to see how we can create our own videos. But there are other applications out there that are free, Screencastify and Loom, that allows teachers to create their own videos, and not just normal videos that you show to the students, but interactive videos. Videos with questions, comments, greetings to your students, personalized videos that we can create for our students. And we can also have teacher-sourced videos. You can create a video from scratch, or you can source videos from YouTube, Khan's Academy, TED Talks, National Geographic. You can source all these videos, and with a platform like Edpuzzle, we can then personalize the videos so that we present it to our student as the content we want them to have. And so there still is a measure of direct instruction. Video conferencing would be live, and using videos would not be live, but it could still be direct instruction, because you can use your voice during these videos. You can ensure that even with PowerPoints and screen capture, and you could have a direct instruction lesson that is asynchronous. It happens when the teacher and the students are not together. What about cooperative learning? Now, I have taught in different places in the world, and I know in some regions, cooperative learning is like bread and butter. It is promoted very strongly in the schools, and in other places, learning is more individual. However, in the online environment, cooperative learning becomes more important because it helps to create the community that is so much easier to create in the face-to-face environment because everyone is there. Now, in the online environment, we have to find more creative ways to create community. And so we need to continue to have students interacting with each other. And we can still use this strategy just using the tools that the online applications provide. So I know some of you use Google Classroom. So Google Docs, you may be familiar with it. Google Docs allows students or any collaborators to work in real time. So there's a document, and we can all be working on it at the same time. And each person is going to see what the other person is doing. I'm going to see all your changes. It will change on my document, and my changes will change on your document. In addition, there's going to be a little button showing me who is currently working on the document. So if your students had to write a report and they are in different locations, I know we're accustomed to email and talking on the phone, but they can actually all work on the same document in real time using Google Docs. Something similar could happen with a blogging system. And teachers all over are developing classroom blogs, and that's something that educators can look into. Then we have discussion forums with Google Stream, WhatsApp. You know, WhatsApp can be very tedious when the class is extremely large. I have looked at teachers who were thrown last year into the online environment and didn't know much about it, and they began teaching on WhatsApp, just WhatsApp. And one of the things you notice is that it becomes too much for the students. And with Google, I have used Schoology, but I'm not familiar with it. Perhaps Schoology also has. Project at the same time and seeing what each student is doing, so they can work in real time with each other, or they can go at different times and continue to edit the project. So we can see that cooperative learning and differentiation is still possible in the online environment. We just have to look at so let me share. That would be the best tool to use in the second session. Ed Puzzle, which we're going to be doing to look at direct instruction and the differentiation during the second session, works with an iPad, it works with a cell phone, most likely with a Chromebook, but smartphones, you will be restricted. So please have a cell. And let me say, if you have any questions, I'm not manning the chat. I was hoping that the co-host would be here to do that for me. Yes, so we can have questions. Pardon?
It's only like, how do you call this one? Are we going to receive the presentation, ma'am? Like PowerPoint that you are
PowerPoint?
presenting now? Because we missed
Sure.
some of the, we missed
Yes.
some of the points that you were discussing, and I personally am interested to know the tools that you've been talking about and the suggested sites and so on. If that would be
Beautiful.
possible. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sorry. Yes. So definitely I can send the PowerPoint to the mission, to my contacts in there, and she can share it with you. But in the second session, I believe one starts at what time? I think 1 o'clock your time. And one just after that, we're actually going to be developing videos in Edpuzzle, interactive videos. And if we have enough time, we'll be using Nearpod as well and looking at e-testing and some other things. I sent some questions to your mission a couple of weeks ago, and I got some feedback based on that was telling me what you would like to see covered. I'm not sure if everyone filled out the survey, but I did get some feedback, and I'm going based on that. So I do hope that it's helpful. All right, so sorry about what you've missed, but here we are with direct instruction, and let's hope it moves. And again, it is frozen. Okay, so I need to stop sharing and share again because the screen is frozen. All right, let's see if we can get it to work. Oh, great. Good. So we are going to be looking at Edpuzzle and some other tools this afternoon. And if you have any other questions, I notice my email address is at the bottom of the screen. As I said, you can have the PowerPoint, but if you have questions in the future, feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to answer any questions. So cooperative learning is also possible in the e-learning environment. It's just how we do it. It's about doing things differently. Let's look at differentiation. Even if we are not using Google Classroom, we can still have access to It is a very beautiful and very powerful platform. All right, so when we look at differentiation, we can differentiate based on student preference or based on the student's level of understanding. So if you have a student who is train you, the platform is free, the training is free, you can get certified and CK but Flexbook is completely free, so I would definitely differentiate for students. So that's one way to differentiate content. When we look at Google Forms, that's available for all of us. That's a way to differentiate assessment and content. Recently, we conducted training using Google Forms for differentiation. And there are amazing videos on YouTube. YouTube is the university of YouTube, so it's very easy to learn. But how it works is that you use sort of an if-then logic statement in the Google form. So let's say we're creating an assessment for learning. We want the students to learn as a result of doing the assessment. So it's not an assessment of learning necessarily, can also do that. Let's look at assessment for learning. So I've created a math quiz. And in this math quiz, in question number 2, the correct answer is A. If the student in completing that quiz selects A, then the student will automatically be taken to question number 3. However, if the student selects B, C, or D, which are the wrong options, the students can be directed to a remedial video or reading material or an interactive game or anything. When they finished with that, it brings them back to the quiz and they attempt question 2 again, or they continue to question 3 based on what you want to design with your Google form. You can even build it more than that. For example, in math, a student may select a wrong option, like the student may select option B, but as a teacher, you have put option B there because you know if the student understands this concept but doesn't understand just this one area, the student is going to select option B. And therefore, if the student selects option B, you send them to a particular remedial video. If they select C, it's a different remedial video. And if they select D, it's a different remedial video. So for the wrong options, you can have different videos or you can have one video regardless of the option they choose. And all of this is built into Google Forms. So it's something that teachers can use in order to differentiate assessment and even differentiate learning, because you can use Google Forms for a learning experience as well and use those differentiations. You can also differentiate based on student preference using a Google form, because you can have a question, something as simple as, would you prefer to read a story about trees or a story about food, or whatever options you want to give your students, for example, a reading assignment. And based on the student's selection, they're directed in one place or another. And so you can also differentiate based on student preference. So what is happening with differentiation is that we're still differentiating. And there are amazingly powerful online tools that help us to do it. And it's still possible. So again, we're doing things differently. We're using the tools that are available to us. We can also differentiate in projects. So we can assign different projects to different students, put them into different Google slides, and they're working in their particular project. And each student has access only to that Google slide that they're a part of the group of. And the teacher would also have access to that. So the group will be made up of the 4 students you put there and you as the teacher. So you can also be giving continual feedback as the students are working through their projects. And so it becomes a very dynamic learning experience, and the online environment makes that possible. I'm just going to pause for a couple seconds to read the Okay. Is everyone seeing the slide? I hope so. If not, just
the slide doesn't. The slide doesn't seem to update. It seems frozen.
Technology.
Madam,
We see a downside of technology. So let's stop.
Don't use the slideshow, madam. Don't click the slideshow. Just normal view. because if you click the slideshow, it will freeze.
Okay, so just like this, yes? Can you see
Yeah,
it?
just like that. Yeah, yeah.
Beautiful. So we'll just keep it here, right? Beautiful. So let's look at another area, classroom management. And I definitely will send these slides for you. Classroom management. When we think about classroom management, students come into our classrooms and immediately we set our expectations for them. We let them know what the class rules are. Some teachers may have the class rules waiting for the students. Other teachers may design the rules with the students. Regardless of what your method is, the class rules must be maintained even in the online environment. So as students come into your class, whether virtual or otherwise, ensure that the rules are posted in your class. And we will be looking in one of the other sessions at a virtual classroom that's set up like a classroom. And you can actually have your rules as a picture on the wall or on a board in your classroom or some other manner like that. So ensure that the students know the rules at the beginning of the semester or at the beginning of the year. You can still have a session and design the rules with the students, but ensure that the students know the rules. In addition to your regular rules, remember to have rules on etiquette, how to behave online, etiquette on the internet, netiquette. We're going to look at a video on that in a little while, maybe in the next session. And it basically tells students, it's a simple ed puzzle video that guides students through the rules of etiquette, so they know how to behave. So ensure that you have those additional rules in your class rules. Students may not know that using all caps means you're shouting at someone. They may not know the value of using emoticons to show feelings, to help their peers and the teacher understand what they're saying, because they're saying it with a smile. So you know that it's not meant to be something harsh. The kinds of words we use, all those things would be included in your netiquette rules. Ensure that your office hours are posted. And this is so important in the online environment because the students, even the teacher, but students and the parents could sometimes feel distant and a bit lost. And you need to let them know that you are there and you are available for them. And so you want to ensure that there is some time when you have, for example, an open Zoom link where people can just pop in and out during your office hours, or where students can schedule appointments with you, or parents can schedule appointments with you during these particular hours in order to just discuss any issues that they're facing, any fears, to understand the way forward, maybe to give updates on the children, or so on and so forth. So definitely have your office hours and post them. Ensure that your parents and your students know when and how they can reach you, and then ensure that they can reach you in different ways. Maybe they can't come online, but they can reach you through a WhatsApp group dedicated to the class. And then you have the rules for that group. For classroom management, we can also incentivize learning. When students come to the class, we usually try to have things that make them want to engage. So we have little games, we have the stickers. You know, a lot of teachers gave stars, and if the kids are very young, they really appreciate those stars, kindergartners. I recently worked at a university here in the Caribbean, and I was a faculty development specialist. And my supervisor would give us stars for coming early. And there are people who were looking for their gold stars. She said they used it at the hospital as well. And so, you know, giving stars and giving these little good job posts, that really motivates students. So that's one way of motivating in the traditional classroom. And it can continue in the online environment. Instead of an actual paper star, we can save some money. We can, for example, use Google Slides. And with Google Slides, you can create a sticker book. And each student has their own Google Slide sticker book. And the only person with access to that sticker book would be the student, his or her teacher, and perhaps the parent. So you just create that group for each Google Slide sticker book, and then the student can get stickers for different things. And the sticker would just be pictures, emoticons. So if you did well in math, it's this sticker. If you did an additional assignment, you get this sticker. And we can then incentivize when your book is full, you get some kind of additional benefit. So we can still have those sticker books, just that we're making them ebooks. And then here is a beautiful platform that I want to recommend for teachers. It was called PayGrade.io, now it's called Stash 101. I recommend you look that up. Now we have online banking as adults. We have our salaries going into a particular bank, and if we want to shop or pay for groceries, buy clothes, whatever we want to do, or transfer money to a friend, we can do that through online banking. That's what Stash 101 is. It's online banking for students. And the teacher is the banker, and it is very well developed. It is not a simple program. Quite a lot of time and years of work has been put into Stash 101. So basically, when your students join your class, you can say to them, turning in an assignment on time, you can earn $1, and you can assign jobs to the students. Who is going to be the person to send uplifting notes every week? You can have 4 students doing that, reaching out to the other students. Give them that job. You can give the job of someone who checks to make sure everybody submitted their homework, reach out to them for that. And all these students get paid. So you can pay them by the week or by the month or every 2 weeks or however you determine. So you determine what you will pay your students for, and then you determine what you would charge them for. For example, a student wants to send in a late assignment. You can say, well, that costs $500 to send in an assignment 1 day late or 2 days late. So it's not real money, but the student already begins to learn life skills. And the truth is that research has been done on this, and the program has been shown to really incentivize learning and to motivate students. They behave like it's real money, and they want to earn money, and they want to shop. So you can put different things that they can shop for. Okay. When you learn to develop games, like your own games, they can pay to play a game. And then when they play a game, they can pay to get exemption from something. So whatever you decide to put in there for you to pay them and for them to buy things, you can personalize it. So definitely look into Stash 101 or look up PayGrade. It will come up under one or the other. And finally, in classroom management, ensure that the deadlines are clear. Ensure that students know what the deadlines are, articulate, write, have all this information in your classroom, and use the necessary analytics. So Google Classroom, Edpuzzle, which we're going to introduce, and Nearpod actually provide analytics on the platform. So it would give you the activities the students attempted, how much time they spent in the activities, how many of the activities they finished, and how much of each activity was finished. So it would give you all these different analytics, so you can look and see how your students are progressing. You can give real-time feedback. You can give feedback to them, personalize the feedback to them, and therefore you can manage what is happening in your classroom using platforms like Edpuzzle that we would introduce later, and Nearpod, and Google Classroom and other LMS systems provide analytics on student performance. So let's look at the transition. So when we're transitioning, we want to ensure that some things are in place. We know that we can modify our strategies and we can keep all the teaching strategies that we love and that are successful with our students, but we need to ensure that as teachers, we take care of our own needs. With COVID, we were forced into the online environment. And many of us were not ready for it, but we had to swim or sink. But what is really necessary is training. So we have to ensure that we avail ourselves of every opportunity for training, get as much as we can. And I need to be rounding up. So let's get as much training as we can. Let's remember that we need to adapt the strategies, ensure that we select tools that match the strategies. Tools that match the strategies that we are using. So when you're looking for a particular tool, you have to ensure you don't just choose a tool because it's fun. Even if it's a great tool like PayGrade.io, you still have to make sure it matches your teaching strategy. Does the tool match what you want to do? Does it match the task? Does it match the content? And does it match your students? Is it something that your students would be able to use? It's not going to be too childish for an older student. It's not going to be too difficult for a younger student. It's easy enough for the student to learn. So the student doesn't have to be learning, for example, your social studies or your math content, and also learning a whole lot of different technologies. So try to keep it simple and do not introduce too many tools at one time. Sometimes it's tempting because some of them are very exciting, but try not to introduce too many tools and ensure that the tools meet the purpose. They are just tools. If I want to pound a nail, I need to use a hammer, even though a guitar may be more fun and I like a guitar. So make sure that our tools are appropriate. Plan ahead. If we plan ahead, we will have a better, more seamless class that we can use the following year with just a little update. And it's something that will always be there for us. Collaborate, like I said, with your peers, close and far, because there's a lot of wealth of knowledge and experience and tools that we can get from our peers. Practice. Before you introduce a particular new tool, just like with your concepts, to a student, practice them yourselves. See how they work. For example, if I want to do something, I send it out to my family members. I have them in a group in Edpuzzle if there's something I want to test. And I would send it out to my nieces and nephews, test it first, get feedback. And so I practice with things prior to taking it to my real audience. So if possible, practice and give yourself time. Rome wasn't built in a day, and we were forced into the online environment last year, some of us, but now we can sit back, hopefully, and reassess where we are and begin to think more critically about how to navigate. Hopefully, we're not under the same amount of pressure that we were last year, and we can take some time and with our peers come up with very powerful learning tools that can keep our students engaged and promote success in the classroom. And so I think I've come to the end, and I thank you for your time. If we have any questions, I would really love if we could just turn the mic on and ask the question. I am going to open the chat and see if I find anything there. But if you have any question at all, please just feel free to ask it. And if I need to go back to the slide so you can see it again, I would do that. I see someone has put the link for edpuzzle.com, so it seems we have some experience in it. And these tools are very intuitive, very easy to use. So if during the break you want to go and sign up for a teacher's account in Edpuzzle, you can definitely do that. It would save us time when we get to the next session. So do we have any questions?
I just have a question. Where are you? Because it looks really horribly early in the morning wherever you are. What country are you speaking from?
I am in the Caribbean. I'm in Trinidad and Tobago, 2 islands just off the coast of Venezuela, which is South America. And it is very early, I noticed. With my video, it's terrible because I'm relying on artificial light. And it's now 12:49 a.m.
That's a killer. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm pulling an all-nighter. And so I did have to rely very heavily on my notes and not my brain. And but the next sessions are going to be actual learning of platforms, so they should run more smoothly. And I see somebody put the link for Stash as well. Very good. Thank you so much. Oh, somebody did not find Stash, only PayGrade. PayGrade.io, yes. PayGrade.io is now Stash. Awesome. Awesome. Yes, yes. All right. So are there any questions? Let me stop sharing so I can see everyone. Okay, so we don't have any questions. I don't know if it's Mr. or Miss Lynn here. Is Mr. or Miss Lynn here, the co-host? Okay. Awesome. Yes. Awesome. Beautiful. I'm hoping that in the next session, I don't know if you could man the chat for me, and perhaps if there are any questions, just interrupt me. I don't mind. Okay, great. No problem. Excellent. Thank you so much. And everyone, I'm so thankful that you were here. It's great to be with you. And hopefully I will see you at, I think it's 1 p.m. your time, 2 a.m. my time. And we will begin with Ed Puzzle. So yes, I am pulling an all-nighter, but it's good to be here with you. Thank you for understanding, Mr. Timothy.
Thank you, Doc.
All right. So do we go back to the main room, or we have 8 more minutes to lunchtime? All right, everyone. See you later. All right. Awesome. And remember, if you can, sign up for Ed Puzzle Teacher account. Take care now.
It is now, we're going to start this afternoon program. But before we start it, I want to show of the things that we have to give as raffle prizes. Okay, we have a thermos set, we have water bottles, we have 2 wallet and belt sets from Pierre Cardin. We have some water bottles, you can put hot water, cold water in this. We have some colorful bags, towels, and the time what we are going to show now, what we are going to be giving away right now is 20 laptop bags. So if I could ask my beautiful assistant to come and show there's 20 laptop bags, like what Martha is showing here, that we will be picking 20 names. We have typed out the names of every person who is registered in for the TAM Education Day. Their names are all in this box. So right now, I'd like to invite our EIS Finance Manager, Mr. Noparin, to please come and choose 20 names. And we are going to read the 20 names of people. So can we have a drum roll? Okay, เชิญค่ะดูสิว่าจะได้ชื่อใครบ้าง and you will help me read the Thai names. Okay, we will just read the names. 20. First name is from EIS. From EIS, Irina Waddell. So Irina gets 1. Okay, 2. Turn on your camera so we can spotlight you so people know who you are. From AES, Miss Lizanne Gay El Salubre. Okay, number 3. Number 3 from BAIS. Wow, different schools. Princess Diane. Wow, Princess, good luck to you. Next, number 4. Help me to remember the numbers. I have 2 here. So number 4, EIS, Kanchana Matarak, right? Cafeteria. Okay, number 5, I have from TWS is what? Tep Amnoy Witaya School. Piten, can you read the name? Phuket.
โสมสิริแสงมณี
Okay, ยินดีด้วยนะคะ Number 6 from you Ames คนไทยค่ะพี่เต็งช่วยอ่านได้ไหมคะ
นางสาวนิราพรชัยยะเตชะ
ค่ะเดี๋ยวเราจะส่งของขวัญไปให้ทีหลังนะคะที่โรงเรียน 7 from EIS. Yay! Wow, Mr. Deepak, our muscle man from EIS. Number 8 from EIS also, Miss Verlinda Kimba. Congratulations. Number 9 from CAA Chiang Mai.
ประพันธ์แสนสิริวัฒนชัย
ยินดีด้วยนะคะจากเชียงใหม่มัธยม Number 9 ต้องเร็วๆหน่อย From EIS วิไลพรสิริวงศ์ Number 10 From EIS, Miss Esther Nathan. 11. Okay, number 12 next. ต้องคนเยอะๆ EIS คนเยอะค่ะก็เลยอันนี้คนไทยจากแม่ลักโลที่เป็นชื่อ
มนตรีแซ่เล่า
โอเคยินดีด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวจะส่งของขวัญไปให้ทีหลัง13 คนไทย from เชียงใหม่มัธยม CAA
นาตยาเสรีสิทธิ์ฤทธิกุล
โอเค14 number 14 คนไทยอีกแล้วค่ะคนไทยจาก CAA อีกแล้วค่ะ
CAA ใช่ไหมครับ นายชีวานนท์แก้วสว่าง
ยินดีด้วย CAA นี่กับ EIS นี่มาแรง15 number 15 this is คนไทยอีกแล้ว
ประกายเพชรกองแสง
จากเชียงใหม่มัธยมอีกแล้ว CA ว้าว16 16 5 more โอเค EIS คนไทยเหมือนกันแต่คนใกล้ๆตัวเราเองเอกภพทิพย์ปิ่นทองภรรยาเขาอยู่ไหนแล้ว17คนไทยนะคะจาก CAA อีกแล้ว
มะนูนบัวสา
โอเค18 3 more ถ้าคนไทยจะให้พี่ตัวอ่านคนไทยอีกแล้วค่ะ
นางสาวลาวันนิธิเกษมสมบัติ
ค่ะจาก CAA เหมือนกันค่ะโอเค is this in English โอ้คนไทยเหมือนกันจาก EIS พีรวัตรปุริบริบูรณ์ last one อันสุดท้ายแล้วนะคะคนไทย
นางสาวจินตนากำธรพิทักษ์
โอเคจาก CA เชียงใหม่มัธยมนะคะ so we have 20 prizes laptop we will send them to your school เดี๋ยวเราจะส่งไปให้ทีหลังขอบคุณมากนะคะพี่เตงกับสาวๆสวยๆรอบต่อไปจะจับอะไรเอ่ยต้องมาดู the next round what will we pick you can see so now we will show the video from BAIS and also a video from UAIMS before we will make some announcements for the afternoon program. Thank you.
Bangkok Adventist International School was formed in 1946 in the heart of Thailand's capital city. With only 6 students, the school was originally named Bangkok Overseas Church School and was changed to Bangkok Adventist Church School a few years later. It did not all start out as a formal school setting. Founded by Mrs. R.A. Milne, classes started out in a garage in the home of Dr. Ralph Wadle, a missionary. Since then, the Lord has led the school to where it is now, located in the heart of Bangkok City and has more than 100 students from different nationalities. In 2006, the school officially received its international status and license from Thailand's Ministry of Education. It allows the school to provide quality Adventist K-8 education, and the school was named to Bangkok Adventist International School. Since 2016, the Bangkok International Church of Seventh-day Adventists had taken the role to lead the operation of the school, which aims to provide quality Adventist education to Adventist and non-Adventist family in the Bangkok community and its surroundings. As part of the church family, we pray that BAIS will continue to share the message of Jesus' soon return to the children and their families. This is all possible because of God's love for Thailand and from contributions from people like you.
Okay, next we will have a video from you, Ames.
We have been called to follow Christ. We are to preach, we are to teach, we are to fight. So where you lead me, I will go. Touch my lips, by your strength I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, who will go for us? I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, here am I. Send me, Lord, I will go. Because my eyes have seen the King, I must tell all the world, worship Him. In all the nations, in all the world, where He sends me, yes, I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, who will go for us? I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, here am I. Send me, Lord, I will go. I will go. I will go. Who will go for us? I will go. I will go. I will go. Here am I. Send me, Lord, I will go. I will go. We have been called to follow Christ. We are to preach, we are to teach, we are to fight. So where you lead me, I will go. Touch my lips, by your strength I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, who will go for us? I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, here am I. Send me, Lord, I will go. Because my eyes have seen the King, I must tell all the world, worship Him. In all the nations, in all the world, where He sends me, yes, I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, who will go for us? I will go. I will go where you lead me, I will go. Where you lead me, here am I. Send me, Lord, I will go. I will go. I will go. Who will go?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is the end of the video. Just a few reminders that we will continue in breakout rooms this afternoon. For the English, it's the same room and the same speaker. For Thai teachers, also same room, same speaker. Office staff, same room and speaker. But support staff and food service staff will separate this afternoon. So they will have their own special training about nutrition and food sanitation. So nice to see you all back. We have 411 participants. Some are still joining. We will open the breakout rooms now for you to join, and God bless you. See you back here at 2:45. At 2:45, we will have breakout rooms and another few minutes of giving out more prizes. So we will have another drawing of names at 2:50 this afternoon before we finish the last lesson.
Sawadika. Good morning, dear Thailand Amethyst Mission teachers, faculty and staff. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the ones
Hello, good afternoon. Great to have everyone back. Good afternoon. And hi. So earlier we looked at transitioning to the online and blended environment, and we discussed some tools, and today some applications that we can use for facilitating learning in the online environment. And now I would like us to look at one of them. We're going to start by looking at a tool called Edpuzzle. I had some difficulty with the PowerPoint in the last session, so I'm going to keep the PowerPoint as it is now, and we'll have to use it like this, so I hope that's okay. All right, so is Miss Lynn here? Thank you so much. Is it possible for you to man the chat for me if we have any questions during the presentation? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so it's good to be back, and hopefully this will be a more relaxing session than the one before. And I'm hoping that you will participate by actually beginning to develop Edpuzzle content. So we're still looking at techniques for effective online teaching, but now we're actually going to go into applications. So in this session, I would really like us to get through Edpuzzle and Nearpod. So Edpuzzle is a video editing platform that allows teachers to personalize videos for their classes and to make the videos interactive, where the students answer questions within the video or where the students can see notes or voice notes or written notes from the teacher. So let's begin and see how we can work it. There we go. So first, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. I noticed that you all have games already, so I have eliminated the games and we're going to focus on developing the tool. But we will have a question and answer session at the end in case you have any questions. So phase one, expectations. I've spent a number of years living in different places in Asia, but in many ways I am quite Western. I have no problems with interruptions. So I'm hoping if you have a question during the presentation, you can just put it in the chat if you don't want to ask it out loud, and Ms. Lynn can ask the questions for us. If we see a question and answer icon, it means that we pause and we're going to go into question and answer before we continue. So let's just set up our devices and acknowledge sources. So during this session, we are using Zoom, as you can see, and we're also going to be going to edpuzzle.com, and later on we'll be going to nearpod.com to develop teacher accounts that allows us to create content for our students. So when you're working on your computer, you may want to have two browsers. For example, when you open, have two browsers open and next to each other, if that's possible. So on the Zoom side, you'll be able to see my screen and see what I'm doing, and you'll be able to do the same thing on your side in Edpuzzle, and then you'll be able to do the same thing in Nearpod as well. So if you want to be able to do that and follow along and open an account and begin to develop content, you can just have the two browsers next to each other, or you can toggle between the two browser windows. It's up to your preference. All right, so these are some of the sources I would have used, and I think it's only fair that I cite them. And of course, the picture for Edpuzzle came from Google Images. Every other picture came from Pixabay, and that hopefully we'll touch on in the third session, Pixabay. Very important to know about that. All right, so what are we going to be doing this afternoon in this first session? We're going to look at this video editing software. And by the end of this lesson, by the end of this session, you should be able to briefly describe best practices for using videos in learning experiences. So in developing a video, what do you need to ensure that you have in your video and that it does? What are best practices? By the end of the session, you should be able to create Edpuzzle video content for various content areas. So you should know how to create personalized videos for your students to use and to share with your colleagues. You should be able to create or import classes into Edpuzzle. Edpuzzle integrates with Schoology, Canvas, Blackboard, Google Classroom, and a number of other learning management systems. And you should be able to integrate the two. I'm hoping we can get to that. And you should be able to assign an Edpuzzle video to your classes. So once you have a class, you should be able to assign the video to that particular class so that your students have access to the video. And you should be able to understand and assess the analytics that Edpuzzle provides on student performance. As I mentioned in the earlier session, it gives the amount of time the student interacted with content, how far they reached with the content, and the activities that they engaged with, as well as how they scored in the various questions if you do put a quiz within the video. So we're going to look at that. Now, how is this going to work? Well, first we're going to view a video, so you will have a student perspective of Edpuzzle, and then we're going to experience the tool. So we're actually going to go into Edpuzzle and use the platform, and then hopefully we'll have time and you can actually create an activity or follow me as I create an activity and then apply creatively. You can do that in your own time, because by the end of this workshop, you should have the skills to know how to do it. So I'm just going to share an Edpuzzle link with you, and it's going to show you a video, an Edpuzzle video. So I'm just going to post that in the chat now. And if you click on this link, it's saying that I cannot chat with everyone during this meeting. Hello? Miss Lynn? Oh, okay. So can I send the link to you? Can you post it? Okay, so what name am I looking for? Oh, there you go. Awesome. So I've sent you the link. Thank you. Okay, so if you can share that with everyone, it would basically give you access to the video. I think somebody is annotating on the screen. Awesome. So it's just a 3-minute video, and you can quickly run through that video and you will have a student perspective of Edpuzzle. However, well, it's on the screen and mine should be coming up and I should be able to guide you through it. And here it is. So this is, let me just hide this bar. Okay, so this is an Edpuzzle video, and this particular video is on Netiquette. Okay, so for those of you who may be on a phone, I was told some people may be on a phone and you cannot see on your device. I'm going to run through this for those people. So here is the video, and if you press play, you are going to see the student experience, a bit of it. This is a teacher's view. I did share it with you as a teacher, but you can view it and get an idea of what the student would see. Just that your data would not be recording, your scores and so would not be recorded. And is everyone able to access the video? Everyone who wants to access it? Hopefully we don't have a problem. Perfect. So for those of you who are following me, I'm just going to quickly play the video for you. Hold on. I think I need to pause for a while and ensure that I am sharing song. Okay, so immediately upon the video starting, you would notice that it stops. Usually before you have your students on any platform, you would have an introduction to the platform or the application, so they would understand what's happening here. So the video stops because I put a stop there, and the students can now read the message. So I've put a note for the student, and it's introducing the video. So it's saying this is a short video on etiquette on the internet. As you watch this video, identify the key idea some teachers miss in the use of videos in lessons, but we'll get back to that at the end of the video. So this video was actually used as part of training for teachers. So we can now continue. If it's a question, the student would answer it, or if
Rosemine Public School presents a special news report on Connecticut.
Brought to you by the students of Mr. Solomon's 4th grade class.
Hi, I'm Priya Gill, and this is my classmate and co-host, Anthony Ferreira.
And we are here to bring...
Okay, so if you were listening, you would have heard the name of the co-host. Were you listening? What is the name of the co-host? The reason for a question at this point is because the student may have started and already zoned out. And when you put this question here, immediately the student realized, hey, I've got to pay attention. So that's the purpose of this question. Now the student can go back and listen to it again, but the student cannot go forward. So we will answer the question. I think it was Anthony Ferreira, and then we can submit our answer. Edpuzzle would record the student's answer. This isn't being recorded. If you're doing it now, it's not being recorded because I just sent you the link as a teacher, and this is just test. But with the student, the response would be recorded for that student.
We're here to bring you a special news report on Connecticut.
Throughout our newscast, we'll be talking to the students of Rosemine Public School, and later on, we'll be hearing from some experts on cyberbullying.
So, why are we doing this?
You can thank our teacher, Mr. Solomon.
Yes, viewers, after giving several exciting lessons on Connecticut, Mr. Solomon wanted to see how much of what he said actually stayed in our brains.
And instead of answering the usual quiz, he asked us to do a newscast.
Exciting stuff. Now let's get to it.
Let's find out what our class correspondents, Emma, Gavin, and Grace, found out when they hit the hallways, mics in hand, and asked.
So here's the next question. What assignment did Mr. Solomon give to the students? A book report and video, a newscast, and continue.
And asked the students of Rosemine Public School these questions.
First, our correspondent Emma asked, what is Connecticut?
I think Connecticut is a set of rules to properly behave on the internet.
It's made up of 2 words, net and etiquette, and it's a set of rules for nice behavior online.
Well, I think Connecticut is having good manners online and treating others online as you would treat them in real life.
And then it asks the students. So now we see that you can also have an open-ended question in the video. Now you may not want to put too many videos, but this is a teaching tool, so I'm showing the different kind of question types. So how would you define netiquette? And you continue.
Then Gavin asked, what are some examples of netiquette?
Some examples of netiquette are respecting other people's privacy and remembering that when you post something online, it can go everywhere.
Well, I think an example of netiquette is if something's meant to be funny, then you could put a little smiley to show that you're joking.
Some examples of netiquette are if you get a bad text message or email, don't respond to the person electronically. Go to the person on your own in real life because what the person said might not be intended what he or she meant to say.
Then Grace asked, what examples of lack of netiquette do you see online with your friends?
Some examples of lack.
Which of the following is not an example of good netiquette? And writing entire sentences in capital letters, that means you're shouting, that's actually it. And this one causes students to
Examples of lack of netiquette
forward.
that I see online are people who say really rude words, online except words that they wouldn't say in real life.
I do not see netiquette when I'm talking to my friends online, but when I'm talking to my grandparents online, I do see netiquette.
Well, sometimes people don't use netiquette and they put their words in capital letters as if they're yelling.
Nice work, correspondents. Priya, how about we recap and add some more info?
Good idea. Netiquette is made up of 2 words.
Internet, etiquette.
What's the internet? That's a no-brainer.
But what does etiquette mean?
Etiquette is a set of rules for everybody on how to behave properly.
You know, like not calling people names, or being polite, like saying please and thank you.
Etiquette is basically treating people how you'd like to be treated with RESPECT, respect.
Well put.
Thank you. When you smush internet and etiquette together, you get netiquette.
Okay, so before we end, let me share the key video strategy that teachers sometimes miss. It's having students create videos. They are often quite capable of surprising us, and this exercise has several benefits. Students become creators of content rather than consumers. This new perspective fosters engagement, enhances learning, and can provide teachers with a new video to use with other groups. And Edpuzzle actually does have that facility, as we will see. We can also listen to this exact same thing in addition to putting it in writing. I also did a voice note. So if the student just wants to listen rather than read, here's an option. So you can use one or the other, or you can use both.
Netiquette.
Netiquette is a set of rules for everybody on how to behave properly online.
We know who wants more rules.
But netiquette rules can help you make the time you spend online fun and safe.
And we all like to have fun.
And we all have the right to be safe.
So you see...
Okay, so you're getting to the end of the video, but before you go, please share with us what are some takeaways you would like from Edpuzzle. So again, this was a training tool. And at this point, sometimes you want to just have your student enter their name to show that they've reached the end of the video. And that can be used for that as well, or any other thing.
Netiquette is a win-win situation.
Okay, what are some examples of netiquette?
Netiquette. Well, I'd never do this in real life. Meet me after school! When you write in all capital letters in emails, on discussion boards, or while messaging, the person reading your message may think you're yelling at them. Why would I do it online? Yelling is just rude. Don't you think, Priya? Oh, I can see by the emoticons you're holding that you're surprised and mad. Interesting.
Yeah, that's how I feel when someone yells at me for no reason.
Yes, sirree. Add a couple of emoticons when you're right, and people will have a good idea how you're feeling. Where were we?
Awesome. So I wanted to use this video because in addition to us being able to see how Edpuzzle operates, it is one of the examples of what I mentioned in the previous session, where you introduce your students to netiquette, and this is a good video to do that. And I found it in Edpuzzle. So we've seen kind of what an Edpuzzle video could look like, and we're just going to discuss best practices in creating videos, and then we're actually going to go to Edpuzzle and begin to work there. So let's look at some of the features of Edpuzzle and some of the benefits of using videos. So for the user, some of the benefits that come from using videos, you can use it to provide or test prior knowledge. So you can send a video with particular content and questions before you can before you cover a topic in class. So when the students answer the questions, you're able to assess their prior knowledge, so you know what direction to go in when you do get to the class. We can use it to differentiate instruction. All the students can have the same video, but different questions. For example, You can have more difficult questions and easier questions, or different kinds of questions based on the students. And then you could assign the videos. So all the students would have watched the same thing, but how they were assessed may have been different based on your goals as a teacher. So that's just one way. You can use it to flip the classroom. So you send the information out prior to the class meeting. So you have videos that teach the student the content that you're hoping to share. And then when they come to, for example, a Zoom session, a live session, they discuss what they have already seen. So you're flipping the learning experience. You can use it for student projects. When we get into Edpuzzle, we will see that. But for student projects, you can have students develop videos, and they tend to be pretty creative, and for other projects as well. And you can use it for homework. You send a video home, student has to watch the video, answer the questions, and that's homework. And I'm sure that you can find other ways to use Edpuzzle or other video editing software. What are some of the strengths of using video for learning? It's native. The young people today, they're accustomed to videos. It's second nature to them. We have all these different social media, like Twitter and the others, where they just go and just watch videos, even sharing them on Facebook. And they do spend quite a lot of time on YouTube if we look at the numbers. So it's second nature for them to be immersed in videos. So it's like speaking their language. Using videos also allows us to chunk the content. If you have, for example, a 10-minute video, you can cut it into pieces about 3 minutes long, and you can focus on specific concepts in short videos. The one we just looked at was just over 3 minutes, I think, long, and that's an ideal length for a video. You don't want to get too long, so you chunk the content so the student doesn't feel overwhelmed. They know it's a short video, a few questions, they can interact with this. They may have another one the next day, but they're getting through the content in small bites, so they don't feel overloaded. You can make the videos fun and engaging. At the end of the video, you can give a code to a game. You can put shout outs, we call them shout outs, in the video, like different videos. You can, I'm not sure what you would call it. We would call it shout outs to students. For example, I could put a message, hey Frank, it was good seeing you yesterday in the Zoom class. I really enjoy reading your story on hang gliders. So on another day, you can put a shout out to another student. You can put encouraging messages as a note. It can be a voice note or a written note. So you always keep the students engaged. At the beginning, you can tell them there's a hidden code, a secret in the video, in one of the notes, and you can put something there and then they use that for something else. So you keep them wanting to engage with the video. And an interactive video platform like Edpuzzle allows that to happen. So you can make it fun and engaging. There are millions of videos to choose from. You don't have to create your own video in Edpuzzle if you don't want to. For example, there are millions of videos. One of the sources of videos that Edpuzzle has access to is YouTube. And we know that there are limitless videos on YouTube on many different topics, but they also have access to Khan's Academy, National Geographic, and a few other platforms. I know they have TED Talk and a math platform, Number File or something. So a number of different video sources that you can source video from. So it's millions of videos to choose from. It allows self-paced review. The student can answer the question once, but then the student can always go back and look at that video again and review the content if they feel that they need to go over it again. So it's not like a lecture in a classroom, because the student can keep going back and listening to the video again. And it's easy to develop and easy to use. The platform is very intuitive, it's pretty seamless, it's simple to use. So Edpuzzle is a very strong platform, and using videos in learning is an important tool in online education. And we can take it back into the face-to-face classroom as well. As we learn all these different tools and skills, that we use in the online environment, we can help to blend the learning in the classroom so that our students remain current on the skills that they learned during the pandemic and the skills that they would need going forward. So what does Blackboard integrate with? When I say integrate, what I mean is the two platforms talk to each other. So if an assignment is graded, for example, in Edpuzzle, the grade will be automatically sent to another platform with you not having to go and enter the grades there. So it integrates with Google Classroom and Schoology, which I know you use, Moodle, Canvas, Blackboard, and Edpuzzle keeps adding new platforms. The default one, I believe, is Google, but you can integrate with the other platforms as well, as we will see. The devices Edpuzzle would work on, the computer and the iPad, it does not work very well on a phone. I have not been able to really get Edpuzzle to work comfortably on any of my smartphones. And again, additional strengths of this integration, you can assign tasks. For example, you can link your Google Classroom to your Edpuzzle assignments and classroom. So you can assign tasks from Edpuzzle directly into Google Classroom and then have the grades also go there. So when you assign it, you can then say, okay, it's for this student and this student and this student, and you can differentiate who gets what on the learning management system end of the integration at the Google end or the Schoology end. And again, it has automatic grading. When your students do the assignments, the scores are tallied and Edpuzzle has a grade book. And so you can also use that to your advantage. All right, so let's look at best practices in creating videos. When we're creating a video, there are things we need to remember and things we need to do. It's very important to provide meaningful choice for students. Video platforms allow you to do that. It will take a bit more time, but students can have a choice of watching one video or another that would teach the same concept. Sometimes I go to YouTube to learn a new skill and I actually go through the different videos till I find one I'm comfortable with. And so you can, as far as possible, give your student choice and ensure that the content is relevant. So if you are providing content, make sure that it's something that your students would be interested in. I remember when I was teaching in New York, there was a case that came up. There was a question that was asked on a citywide test about trunks. The story was that some child went up into the attic into their grandmother's trunk and found all these little gems and trinkets. But what they found is that the students in New York City were at a disadvantage because they didn't have an attic and they didn't know what the trunk was. You know, that box where you store all your antiques and your knickknacks. When you say trunk in New York, it meant the back of your vehicle where you store things, to transport them. And so they actually decided to remove that question because it put the students in New York City at a disadvantage. So it's the same thing when we're developing videos. We have to make sure that the content is relevant and something that our students can understand. We also need to personalize learning feedback. It should not be a generic feedback that everybody gets. If it's multiple choice, it's standard. But if it's a written response, you want to give each student feedback, just like in the face-to-face classroom. And fortunately, Edpuzzle allows us to do that. And you need to establish the purpose for the video. At the beginning of the video, you can put a note, or if you do a course outline, you use a course outline at your school, that gives the breakdown of the activities the students will be doing. You can have it there as well. But help the student to know this is what we are going to get from this video. This is what I need to look for. This is the purpose of the video. So the student goes into the experience informed. All right. And make the video interactive, which is what Edpuzzle allows, where you can put notes and questions for the students. And I think Edpuzzle added where the students can begin to record, but I'm going to check that. I've been doing some reading. Very important, keep the videos short, 3 to 5 minutes, even under 3 minutes. Try as much as possible not to go over 5 minutes. Studies are continually done on this, and even with adults, by the time it goes over 5 and begins to reach 10 and higher, what happens is the brain just turns off, and that focus is not there, and it's definitely not as powerful as when we use short, powerful videos. So try to keep your videos 3 to 5 minutes. If the video is longer, Edpuzzle allows you to cut it into chunks, so you can find a good place to cut the video so that you can say, I'll do this today, and they can do that tomorrow or next week, or however you design that particular content. And so you are chunking the content into meaningful sections. So don't just cut the video anywhere. If there are different concepts in the video that are being expressed in the video, you want to chunk within those concepts so that the student gets a whole piece of information, and they can move with that. And of course, link the different pieces of video. And ensure you grab the student's attention quickly in the first 15 to 30 seconds. So look for videos that are interesting and engaging. And if you have to use a video that may not be very engaging, then in your editing of the video, use things like those secret codes I told you about and the shoutouts and all the other things. So the student is expecting to see something special in that video. So you get their attention immediately. So these are some of the basic things to remember for best practices when we are creating videos for education. So before we get into Edpuzzle, let's quickly do a run through. I don't know if any of you went ahead and set up the teacher account, but we're going to go through that now before we go into it. And like I said before, Edpuzzle gives you access to over 5 million videos. You can add questions, audio, and notes. You can create interactive video lessons. And here's something else. After you left, I was thinking maybe I should not have told you to create the account, because if one person creates the account and others create as a result of an invitation, you get access to more videos. When you first sign up for an Edpuzzle account, you only have storage for 20 videos. So you can do 20 videos for your classes. After that, you have run out of videos. You cannot save anymore and share with your class. However, if you invite a teacher and that teacher joins, Edpuzzle would record that the teacher joined as a result of your invitation, and you would have access to 3 additional videos. So for every teacher that you invite, you have access to 3 additional videos, and you keep building up how many videos you can have in your Edpuzzle account, and it never goes down. And if you think you can work with 20, that's fine as well. When you're finished with a video, if you think you're never going to use it anymore, you delete it, and there is space again in your Edpuzzle account. And like I said, it gives analytics for student performance. Now, the free version of Edpuzzle has all the features you would pay for. The only thing that's added, I believe, is you now have unlimited storage space and you have customer support. But other than that, you have every single feature with the free version of Edpuzzle. So I definitely recommend that you stick with the free version. The pro version costs $12.50. That's up from last year. It was $9.50. I would have to check if this is per month or per year. And then if you want the entire school or district to get Edpuzzle, then as a school or district account, then you would have to write for a quote. But I've never recommended that. I don't think that money needs to be spent. Now, when you're signing up for the account, this is my code. So anyone who wants to use my code, I get additional videos, feel free to do so. If not, that's fine as well. You may want to have one person or 2 people from the school sign up and then others sign up under them so you have access to more videos. as you desire. Here is another beautiful feature of Edpuzzle, the application. Edpuzzle has professional development, certificate courses, very short courses. Sometimes it's just a 20-minute presentation. But when you complete that, there is an automatic certificate, e-certificate generated. So if you need to show professional development hours, like some other countries, Edpuzzle is a great way to get it. All the certificate courses are developed by Edpuzzle, and then the certificates are generated. But in addition to professional development for teachers, Edpuzzle also has certification for students. So earlier we looked at K grade or Stash 101, where the students can have online banking. And one of the certificate modules in Edpuzzle actually deals with personal finance. So you can tie the different platforms together and build a whole theme for your class. Others include digital citizenship, which is important in the online environment. So you can have your students do that particular module. And we like health. So there are modules on health as well. So you can assign certificates to your students, assign the content, and then give the students certificates for that content. So Edpuzzle has built in quite a bit for us. And before we continue, if there are any questions, I can take them now before we begin to move over into Edpuzzle.
Could we have your referral code again, please?
Pardon?
Could we have your referral code again for Edpuzzle?
Oh, sure. I'll bring it up again. I'll bring it up again as we're going into Edpuzzle. Thank you. All right. So if we have no other questions, let's continue. Okay. So we're going to create the teacher's account. I will be able to take you through part of it, but not all, because I don't want to create another account. Every time I teach, I create an account, even though I can delete it, but we will walk through it. So the steps, first, you would go to edpuzzle.com and click on sign up. And again, I'll run through this with you actually on the web browser. You click on sign up. Here, this is the page that you see when you get to edpuzzle.com. You click sign up and you click I am a teacher. You can have your students register as students at a later time, but you click I am a teacher, which is the first button, and then sign up with Edpuzzle. Now, if you have Google, you can begin to link your account from here, I believe, but I just say create the Edpuzzle account and then determine what classes you want to import, what you want to integrate when you get into Edpuzzle. So for now, we're just going to click sign up, I'm a teacher, and sign up with Edpuzzle. So this is my code. So when you go through these first steps, this is the page that will come up. You would have to enter your first name, your last name, your email address, your password, and the referral code if somebody referred you. And then you would click I agree to the Edpuzzle terms, and you register, and that begins to take you into Edpuzzle. So again, my code is 7KP-HUB. 7KP-HUB. And remember, you can just invite other teachers and have them come under you. After you finish this step, it is going to take you to another page. And on that page, you would enter the grade you teach, the subject you teach, whether it's math, English, other, or whichever subject, and your school. And I must say at this point, when you enter your school, well, if your school isn't there, you just scroll down and you should see add a school, and you can add your school. However, the way Edpuzzle is designed, when you put in your school, for example, I put EduRite Tech, everyone who puts EduRite Tech I would be able to see them, they would be able to see me, and we would all be there in one school, which is a good thing for collaboration and for sharing. But I know not every teacher wants it that way. You can opt out later on, but once you put your school there, there can be community sharing within that particular school. Still no questions? Okay. So here we go again. We looked at best practices, things like video length, making it interactive, all these different best practices. And we're going now to fulfill the other learning outcomes for this course. So this section is done, and I thank you. All right, so I'm going to switch over to the browser window. And this is my Edpuzzle account. So I will use a different browser so that I don't have to close that. And the first step is to go to edpuzzle.com. I'm hoping it doesn't bring up my account. It did. Oh no, it didn't. Awesome. So this is the page. This is the first page you would see. And then you go to sign up. If you already sign up in the future when you're logging in, you just go to log in. I tend never to log out, but once you go to sign up, you would then click I am a teacher, and you would sign up with Edpuzzle. I don't sign in with Google or with the Microsoft Teams. You would sign up with Edpuzzle, and here is where you enter the information, first name, last name, email. You can change this information later on after you've developed the account if you want to change at a later time. For example, you may change schools and you want to change that password, and you enter the referral code. I agree. And then it's create an account button will show up here, and you click that and you go through just the final steps. So, are we signing in? And here we see the downside of an online class. I cannot see whether you're signing in or not. I have no idea what's happening. So do you need time to sign in? Is there anyone signing in and needs time? Hello?
I did sign.
Okay,
Yes.
beautiful.
I did.
Need time, awesome. So we'll just wait a few minutes. We have time for this. And what is on the screen is my Edpuzzle account. It will look different to yours because I already have classes here and I already have content. So it will be different to yours, of course. You notice I opened one for Thailand educators, and that's where I put the video that you looked at today. Oh, it's not here anymore. Oh, wait. There you go. And gradebook. And this is one of those times when you feel like you should be doing something. The old mindset of teaching, you want to be doing something when you should just be empowering students and letting them do what they need to do. But that's my experience. 2:51. Wow. Time is flying. Remember, if you don't find your school, scroll down. I think it says add another school, and then you can put in your school name. And I'm just going to run through the dashboard with you so you know what the different parts are. Yes. Okay, no problem. There it is. It's not very big right now, but it's 7KPHOV. It's down here, kind of at the bottom of the screen. 7KPHOV. Yeah, there it is. Please go ahead.
Yes. If we're among the first to open from our school, is there a way for us to share the code to our school, teachers in our school?
Yes. Are you in your Edpuzzle?
Yes.
Beautiful. So can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you click on your profile here in the top right corner. Do you see me?
Okay. Yes, I do.
And just click on invite teachers.
I don't see that option here.
Okay. Do you see your name on the top?
Yes.
And then log out.
Yes.
Number of videos. Get more space. You don't have invite teachers there?
No, it says refer to earn space.
Okay, click on that. I don't know why yours, it's going to be the same thing. Mine says invite teachers. Click refer to earn space.
It says, do you have a promo code?
Oh, refer to, or do you have a promo code is get more space?
Oh yeah,
Get
there is an option that popped up that says invite a teacher. Yes.
Okay. Right. So there are different options. You can send them an email or you can just share your code.
Okay. Copy link. Okay, got it.
You can copy the link as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank
Okay,
you so
beautiful.
much.
No problem. This is where you would put the email, or you can where there's copy link, there's a code right there as well. You can see mine here. But great that you all are sharing with each other. Awesome. Okay, is there anyone who still needs time, or can we go ahead? Okay, so I'll take it that we can go ahead. All right. So your dashboard should look quite a lot like mine, except that you would not have the classes here, and your content showing up would be different. So I'm going to start from the left and come across and go from the right, come across and go through the dashboard. So we're going to start with your account. So if you click on the account, and this is where having the double browser open would probably help, but you can, I guess you can just look as well. If you click on the account, this is where you would log out. This is where if you click get more space, it will actually just ask you to buy a plan. So what you want to do is go and invite teachers right underneath. So if you want to invite other persons to get the additional 3 videos, this is where you should go. I'm not sure what is showing up on your screen, why it's different, if it's different. So unless you share the screen, I wouldn't really be able to determine that. In addition, there are resources. If you click on these resources, there are some pretty interesting things to note here. Okay, so when we go to resources, as we're starting with Edpuzzle, you may want to just look at the tutorials, although I recommend the certificates. So you get the certificates for it. Look to see when they're having webinars, what's up. If you want to present Edpuzzle to your school or district to get them to buy it, I don't recommend it. You can get information here. And then here are the teacher and student certifications. We'll get back to that. But another interesting thing that you find in resources is that you can actually reach out to Edpuzzle and request swag. So you can let them know you're having a training day, you want to teach the teachers in your school about Edpuzzle, and you can request swag. So they will send you maybe pens and stickers and pins and things like that. So, and they actually do, because they're located in the US, the head office, and I have had them send to the Caribbean, and they actually do mail the swag out to you free of charge. So you can go to resources, come down and request swag if ever you want to have Edpuzzle swag to share with other teachers, whether you're doing training or for your students as an incentive. However, they don't send a great deal, but you can request swag from Edpuzzle. So that's resources. And then we have certification. We can get them through resources, or we can get them here. They also have a help center. So let's quickly look at certification. Right. So there is teacher certification, and there is also student. So if you're looking for professional development, like I said before, you can see that Edpuzzle has different levels. You can do Edpuzzle 1. It takes 40 minutes. There are 3 modules. And in the end, there's a certificate that's generated automatically. If you want to learn how to integrate with Canvas, with Google Classroom, or with Schoology, you can come right here in Edpuzzle and learn how to do that specifically. Gamification in the class, Google Tools, planning, all these different activities that you can engage in and get certificates for. So if you're looking for professional development, Edpuzzle does offer that if we do need the PD hours. With the teacher certification, student certification, when we click on student certification, we will see some of what they offer for students. So there's digital citizenship, personal finance, which I mentioned, emotional intelligence, which I keep hearing a lot about these days, health. So these are some building characters. So these are some that were developed for students. Let's look at digital citizenship. It's required for now. When we go to digital citizenship, we see that there are several modules. What does this course cover? Digital citizenship here, safety and privacy, all the different aspects of digital citizenship. The thing is, you can't assign the entire course to the student. You have to actually click on explore the course, and you would see modules, and you would assign them module after module. And as we look at how we develop videos, it will be the same thing here. So we'll see that when we get out. The difference between the student certification and the teacher certification is that with the teacher certification, Edpuzzle would issue an e-certificate to you. However, with student certification, you as the teacher would issue the certificate. So when you go to the course, you would see the certificate here. And you would also see an exclusive badge here. So you can give your students a badge, you can give them a certificate. So if you click on the certificate, for this particular course, you would see Digital Citizenship by Edpuzzle. Let it be known, you would put in the name, has successfully completed Digital Citizenship. It's already signed by the Edpuzzle CEO, and you would put the teacher's signature and date next to that. So Edpuzzle has already designed these different modules that you can assign to your students to help them learn life skills or internet skills or any other skill that you see there that could be useful to you. So that's teacher certification and student certification. Finally, in this tab, well, of course, you can log out, but if you click on your name, in this case of mine, it's Genevieve Bucco. If you click on your name, this is where you can go to update your profile. So for your profile, you can change your password here. You can connect with one of the platforms. And if you're upset with Edpuzzle, you can delete your account for any reason. So I tend to stay very far from that button because it's quite a bit of work in this account. So that's your profile. You can also change your setting, and this is very important. Remember, click on your name and you can go to setting. And this is why this is important. Here, you can make all your videos, any new video that you create, public or private. If the video is public, it will be able to be seen by any other user of Edpuzzle anywhere in the world, and they will be able to edit it. They wouldn't be able to edit the one that you've assigned to your class, but they will be able to copy and edit your video. Just like the netiquette video we just looked at, that's someone's video that I modified with questions. If you make it private, the videos will only be seen by your students, and so the teachers in your school will not be able to see it. The district will not be able to see it. I personally think there should be a level in between here where they can be just for your school or just for your district, but Edpuzzle hasn't done that yet. They are constantly changing. I often have to come and just see what's new on Edpuzzle, and especially with COVID, they've added some new features, and all the platforms are doing that actually. So here is public and here is private. So if you want this to just be you and your students, you would want to select private here. But if you don't mind your videos being public and you want to share with your teachers or the peers, you would keep it as public. If it is public, but you have a particular video you want to make private, you can do that on the video level. You know, in the West, we have to worry about some of the things we put online. If the video has images of your students and such, it could lead to some legal trouble. So you might want to make that private. Now, in addition, you can set the video assignment. You can prevent skipping. So the student can skip from minute 1 to minute 5. They have to watch the entire video. This can also be done at the video level, preventing skipping, but I set it as the default in my settings. And then you can turn on closed captions, which honestly I have never used because I'm always concerned about the words that, you know, sometimes you get bad spelling, but it's still a good thing, and definitely feel free to use closed captions. If you don't want Edpuzzle emailing you with updates, they don't write very often. But if you don't want any updates at all, if you don't want to know what's new on Edpuzzle, you can just uncheck these boxes. But I do like the updates if they keep me current. Of course, you can personalize. When it comes to the school, if you want to change your school, you've changed schools, this is where you would do it. If you want to upgrade, you pay and you enter your code, and it will allow you to upgrade. If you want to change your grade, you've changed your grade or you've changed your subject, you can change that here. And if you want to integrate with your particular LMS, that also happens here. So we see Canvas, Moodle, Schoology, Blackboard, Power School, and Blackboard. In addition, Google Classroom is the kind of default, so we would find that outside. So these are the other ones that aren't the main of Edpuzzle for integrating. But you can still integrate here. You just click on it and then you would click generate and Edpuzzle will take you through that. So once you go to your account, this is where we are. You can change your profile, change your settings, change your school grade and things like that. And we could also see the plans. We can see it up here. We can see how many videos oh wow, some of you put in my code, 173, I was at 125. Thank you so much. You can invite a teacher from here as well. And you can upgrade your basic plan if you decide to pay for Edpuzzle. Again, I don't recommend. So that is the accounts tab. And then of course you have the usual help button. We don't need to get into that. But this blue button, add content, this is where you go, one of the places if you want to add a video. And there are several ways. You can use the discover video content, which is what the tab we're on right now. So we will get to that. You can upload your own video. So if you have a video you have created or a friend or has created, you can just upload that video and then you can make it interactive. Or you can record a video, and this is new, so I've never tried it. Edpuzzle just recently rolled this out. I've been reading and I think they allow screen recording. So it's probably going to be a bit like Loom, if you know Loom. But you can record your video live and then you can edit it and put in your questions or whatever you want to do with it. And then we have student project, which is beautiful because this feature allows your students to create videos even though they don't have a teacher account. So you would put the subject, you'd put the goal of the project and the instructions. And once you do all of that, you assign it to your class. And when the students create videos, they will go to that class. It will go into that particular class, wherever you have assigned the task. But the students would have the features to be able to create videos. So it's usually interesting when you have a higher grade create a video for a lower grade. So grade 7 creating for grade 6 or something like that, teaching some concept. So they would source the video, they would edit it, put in questions, do everything. So we're making our students creators of content. Now, so there are several ways to get videos that you want to edit. If you're a math teacher, English teacher, science, social studies, you can search specifically for your area and for your grade. So let's start on the left now. If you're anywhere in Edpuzzle and you want to come back to your home page, which is where we are, you can always click on the Edpuzzle logo and it will bring us back there. If you click on the 3 bars, it's going to hide the menu bar on the side. Click on it again, it's going to bring it back. So that's just your working space. If you want to search for a video, you can just enter it here. I want a video on the culture of Thailand. So I search for the culture of Thailand and it gives me videos on exactly what I searched for. So you can search for any topic here and it's going to pull videos that are available on Edpuzzle. So we can, it's a simple search like searching YouTube. And this is the Edpuzzle community. This is your default page when you sign into Edpuzzle. This is the Edpuzzle community. So these are just all the videos on Edpuzzle that Edpuzzle decides to show you. Often they will show you, like I would see the videos that people did in Port of Spain because I'm close to there and in this region. So Edpuzzle does have an algorithm that kind of figure out what they think you would be interested in. And that's what they would show you, much like social media. And then you can go to My School. So we were at Community. This is again our homepage. If you go to My School, you will see videos, content done by persons from your school. If you go to YouTube, you will see content on YouTube, but here's where you'll be able to see Khan Academy, National Geographic TED Talk, and the others. So there are videos from all these different sites for us to choose from. And I know Khan Academy is used by many, many schools. So again, on the homepage, we have Community, we have My School, and we have YouTube, and it's in YouTube that you would find all the other options. In addition, in community, you can search by subject. So you can select the subject if you're an art teacher. You can save that. You can select the grade level, and you can select your country, and you can even select source. Now, I don't want to keep that, so I'm going to clear it. So you can search by your specific area. If you're a grade 6 math teacher, you can search for that. Or you can just directly search for the topic up here in fractions. So that is our Discover tab, where we can just search widely all over Edpuzzle and YouTube. Continuing on the left side of your dashboard, under the Discover tab, there is the My Content tab. When you click the My Content tab, it will only show you content you have created. It doesn't mean I created this from scratch. I haven't created any of these videos. I simply go to Discover, find a video I want, and then I make it my own. Once you do that, you save it, it comes into your My Content page. And then you could create folders to store your content. I have not been doing that, right? You can see the projects you may have assigned. Right, you can see the things by folders. I haven't created the folders, and you can see all. So this is your content. If you click on My School, it's going to show you all the teachers in your school. And if you click on that particular teacher, it will show you content that they have created. So if you do not want to show up here, you would want to remove yourself from the school. You don't want to share your videos, you would want to make it private. All right, so other than that, you would show up on the school of whomever has that same name as you. All right, and then you can filter by department at the school, you can filter by subject. So if I want to know who the computer teachers are in my school, that are on Edpuzzle, I can click this and see who they are. So that's my school, that's my content. Remember that you can always go back here and play around with this. You cannot break it. And then we continue on down to classes. So I have all these classes already that I have created, but I don't think you will have any. This is where you go to create a class. You simply click the plus. If you're using Google Classroom, you would be familiar with the simple plus, I think. So when we create this, click this plus, you can create a class. So you're just keeping the class here in Edpuzzle. You're not connecting it to anything. So you could create the class by clicking the Create a Class button, right? And it will just keep everything in Edpuzzle. You're not integrating. Or you can click on Google Classroom. And if you click on Google Classroom, this account does not have a Google Classroom. It's not connected with Google, but if you click on Google Classroom, you have to be using the same email address for Edpuzzle as for your Google Classroom, and you can import your classes directly from Google Classroom. The two platforms are going to speak with each other. So if you want to import your grade 601 class, you can just import that and all the students are going to be here. So when you assign work to them, it's going to be assigned here and it's also going to be sent to your Google Classroom. So the two platforms are going to communicate with each other. When you select a class, I have a test class here. When you select a class or when you import your class, these classes are all created, you will see the assignments that you gave to that class. When those assignments are completed or the time is passed, it's no longer, the assignment is closed, they are grayed out. So you can see your assignments, you can see your class members. These are the members of the class. I know I'm going a little bit fast, but this is something you could go and play with afterward. You can invite students to the class, you can lock your classroom. So once all your students are in and you don't want other persons coming in, you may have shared a code for your students to get in. and you don't want them to share it with others, you can now lock your classroom when all your students are in. When you're looking at your classroom, you will see a code. If I want to invite a student to this class, I would have to share that code. Now, I could invite a student because this is an open class. However, if this is a class I brought in from Google Classroom, then I can't share a code to add somebody. I would have to get the person into the Google Classroom for them to be brought in here because it's imported from Google Classroom. So this is my class. And here, if I don't want a student in my class anymore, I can remove the student. If somebody joined this and is not supposed to be here, I can remove the student. If the student has forgotten his or her password, I can reset the password. I can edit the student name. If the student chooses a name that may be inappropriate, I can edit that name. So Edpuzzle has taught about so much and given the teacher, empowered the teacher in the Edpuzzle platform. I can also see the grade book for the students. I'm not going to go into it because I want us to look at video editing, but we can see what the student score is, the amount of time spent on what, and this class had just one assignment. And this is the amount of time spent on the assignment and the grade that the class had. So this is just a tester class. I just use family and friends to test things for me when I'm ready. And so these are the grades of the students in the tester class. And this is me. I did nothing in this class. So I have a 0. And you can download the gradebook. And of course, the grades can be exported into Google Classroom or another. Okay, so I want to stop here with the gradebook because I really want us to just get into video editing. So once you have added video content, whether you get it from the Discover tab, or you upload, you record, or you record a video, it's going to show up on your dashboard, right? So I found a video, tester video on the culture of Thailand. So if I want to edit that video, I can just click on it. And when I click on that video, I can edit it. So I put it in my content and I click on the video. So I can click in the little box here at the bottom of the video. And when I click in that box, a line shows up at the bottom of my screen. And that line says, assign this video to a class, edit the video, move the video to a folder if I have folders, duplicate the video because I may want to do one version for some students with a certain type of questions and then the same video with other questions as I mentioned before. So I would duplicate it and have different questions in the videos. And I can delete the video. But I just want to edit this video. So I can click edit here, or I can just click on the video. When I click to edit the video comes up and it goes to the cut page. So let's run through this new and final dashboard. So I can click on the pencil to rename the video if I want to rename my video. So you might have this as fractions for grade 601, and then you can have one fractions for grade 602. When you duplicate it, have a system for naming. And this is the video we are going to edit. So you can change the name. It automatically saves as you're working. And then when you're finished, you just click finish. So we see voiceover here. Edpuzzle had the feature where you could take videos from YouTube and then do a voiceover over the person's own voice. However, if you click on that now, oh, well, this is an Edpuzzle video, so it's allowing you to do it, but it's blocking us from doing it now with YouTube videos. I think copyright things. So with some videos, with your own video or with some of the Edpuzzle videos, we will be allowed to do voiceover, but sometimes you would see it's just not available because of copyright laws. So there will be some you can and some you cannot. So when you come to edit, it comes to the cut page. Now this video is too long for me. Here's the video, 6 minutes and 2 seconds. Now let's pretend that I actually watched this video and I determined that I don't want the first section of the video. I can take off a little bit on the beginning and I can take out a little bit on the end. So I would look at the video, I can be watching it, and when I reach a point that I want it cut, I can click add cut. But I know I want the beginning and the end cut off. So I see there's one white bar here and there's another one on this side. So I'm going to take off a bit from the beginning. So let's drag it to here. And there it is. Yes, cut and delete the video, that section of the video. So I haven't looked at the video, but let's pretend I did look at it and I've decided this is a good place to start. And also at the end, I didn't want part of the end either, so I can cut that off. And because I've cut off 2 questions, it's asking me if I'm sure. And yes, I am sure. So basically, you're just dragging the white bars, right? And now my video is down to 4 minutes and 4 seconds. But you see, there's a section in the middle of the video that I don't want as well, right? So I can begin to play the video. Well, here's the play, so I can pull this. When I was going through the video, I saw that there was a section between these 2 points that I didn't need, right? So I take my play. If I press play, this is going to move. Notice it is moving, right? So that is my play bar. So this is where I want to cut. So I get the play bar there. This is if I'm cutting in the middle. In the sides, we can just pull the sides. But if I'm cutting in the middle, I take the play bar to where I want to cut and I click add cut. This button just here, I clicked it. And then I take the play bar again to where I want the other cut. So I'm cutting out the middle and I click add cut. So here are 2 cut positions in the middle of the screen. This is the section here I want cut off. It's not cut off yet. Now that I have these 2 cut points, I would need to click on one of them and drag it to the other one. And you notice that red bin shows up? That says it's throwing it into the bin. So now I have cut off the beginning by dragging this. I have cut off the end by dragging that. And then I put my play bar and I cut off the middle by putting 2 cuts using the add cut button and dragging one to meet the other. So now my video is 3 minutes and 12 seconds. And I've gone through the video, I've listened to the whole thing, and I am satisfied. This is good. All right? So I've cut the video to the length that I want. If I've made a mistake, I can reset it. I can undo. Notice the buttons, definitely play with them. But I'm satisfied with my 3 minutes, 12-second video. So I'm not going to do a voiceover today. That's where you just speak over the event. So you have, as the slides are playing, as the video is playing, it could be your voice. So instead we go to questions, and this is where you add in the questions that you want for your video. So before I do that, here is a multiple choice question, right? So I would look at their questions. Thailand's government is officially a democratic republic. It's a constitutional monarchy, and here's the correct answer, right? So I want to keep that question. So I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to continue with that question. The next question, however, I want to edit or I want to delete. So this question, Thailand is the 2nd leading exporter after India, the 2nd leading exporter of rice. Yes, I do have Thai jasmine rice in my house. So yes, that is good. So I am going to keep that question. So I am looking at the questions that the person before me has put in. So then I look at the 3rd question and the northern and western, okay, that does not apply to my content. So I'm going to go down here. I'm not going to edit it. I'm going to go to the bin and I am going to delete that question. And I've determined that I don't want any of the other questions. So I'm going to click on the question and then go to the bin and delete it. Click on the question. This little button here represents a question. Oh, I do love rambutan. Go down and delete it. All right, so before we continue, any questions?
Can I get this as a project for students to build their own video using questions that they can ask the class?
If students can do this?
Yeah, if students could have this as a group project where they can build an explanation of items they've learned in one semester, but to actually put questions in themselves for their classmates to answer. Is that possible?
Yes. When we get back to the dashboard, you will see that there is a button here that we looked at for adding content. And one was from the Discover tab. One was recording a video. One was, I can't remember, it was search. And the final one was student project. The final one is where you would give your student that ability. So even though they don't have a teacher's account, they will be able to create videos exactly like this, going through the same steps.
Just one more question, and that was,
Sure.
can I group my students, like at the moment, if I assign a project to them, it's assigned individually, but I'm wondering if I can assign a project to them in groups so that one of them hands it in, but all 3 or 4 in that group get the grade. Is there a grouping of students in Edpuzzle?
No, Edpuzzle would require when you assign it, it would require each of them to submit it. If you want to do it from the Edpuzzle platform, what you would have to do is create a group. But the group would be like a student. You would have to add a student, but instead of a student, you're adding the name of a group, like butterflies and bananas, whatever is the name of the group, and you know who the students are in that group. So the better thing to do if you're using Google Classroom is to do the grouping in Google Classroom. I think it's allowed there. It may be allowed in your LMS. And remember that Edpuzzle, the assignment could go directly into your LMS, learning management system. So you may want to create the groupings there and have the assignment submitted that way, because Edpuzzle doesn't have that. The amazing thing about Edpuzzle and Google is that they are very responsive. When you send suggestions, they actually begin to think about it, and the next thing you know, a year later, they have the feature, So you can actually contact Edpuzzle with your suggestions. And that is a very good suggestion to be able to create groups. Yeah, to be able to create those groups. So here is the editing. Any more questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding the cutting and voiceover, that is only available with the Edpuzzle videos that is provided, right? Mm-hmm. It's not available if you use a YouTube video.
I wouldn't know for every YouTube video. It may be based on the copyrights that the persons use, because this only happened within the last few months. I was using VoiceOver with no problem, and I didn't receive any notification of what changed. So I'm not sure if it's that YouTube has some copyrights, some free and some not free, but that's something I have to look into, quite honestly, because as we were going through, this is actually the first time in quite a while I have had the ability to do a voiceover with this video, and it's gone again. The option is gone again. So so I think they're working out some kinks with that. They're just copyright. I'm not sure what's happening. I haven't received any notifications from Edpuzzle on this particular thing.
Thank you so much.
But I mean, when you develop your own, you should be able to do it, and other teachers within your school hopefully should be able to do voiceovers. Any other questions before we move on? All right, so this is the cut and the voiceover. If it is allowed, you just have the video running, but you're speaking what you want from your own script. So with the creating of questions, again, it's very intuitive. So here is if you want to create a multiple choice question, an open-ended question, or a note. You would just click on whichever one you want to do. So as you're playing the video, here's the video playing, and you find a point somewhere in the video here. Let's say here, you want to put a question there. So I'm going to put a multiple choice question. So I can click multiple choice question, and I type whatever the question is, question 1, and this is going to be answer 1 and answer 2. And then I could add another choice. I know a lot of us, we like to have four options for multiple choice. And so here are my 3 answers. And as I look at the question, answer 2 is correct. So I change the X to a check mark. So the system knows to mark that correct as the correct answer. And I save it. And just as simple as that, I have added a question, a multiple choice question, and here it is. Answer 2 is correct, and I continue. And then I want to add an open-ended question. It's the same system. The difference is that with the open-ended question, you would have to go in and grade the answer because there can't be an automatic right answer. Not a very good question, but there you go. And when you put the open-ended question, you could turn on audio responses. So the student, if he doesn't want or she doesn't want to type, they can respond with audio feedback. So that is another new addition to Edpuzzle, one I haven't used, one I discovered as I came into Edpuzzle to begin to prepare for this workshop. I think it's a beautiful addition, and I am going to allow audio responses for this open-ended question, and I save that. I'll save that. And there it is, and we continue. And finally, I can add a note. And when I'm adding the note, this could be the secret code, this could be the message to the student, this could be just about anything. And it could be a link that they copy and paste to take them to another site to do something else. So this is basically how you create or how you source and edit an Edpuzzle video. It's as simple as that. Now, I know we're rushing through, but play with it, and we can see our questions here. We can review them here. Play with it and try it with different things, and then send it out to your friends. If the persons you're sharing it with don't have an Edpuzzle account, you would need to have them sign up for an Edpuzzle account. However, I believe if you integrate it with your learning management system, your students should not need an Edpuzzle account. But if you're using it like I am, where, well, I use it that way sometimes, where I'm not importing classes, I'm creating my own classes, then you have to send the code to the student, and the student would sign up for Edpuzzle only once. After that, they can join any class from anywhere once they get the code, right? So once a student has an Edpuzzle account, they can look at a video from your class, from another teacher's class, once the teacher shares that code with them. So once we're finished editing our video, we've cut out what we don't want, we've put the voiceover, which is not allowed anymore, and we have put in the questions that we want, whatever links we want, we simply click finish, we've renamed it, and it takes us to this point. So here we could determine, okay, we're going to assign this at a later time, or we can assign it now. If you want to assign it, there it is. You just click And this is where you would go to assign this specific video to your class. So I can assign this video to Thailand educators, and I can assign it all, or I can assign it manually. And here is where you can assign it just to particular students. It wouldn't allow me to do it because I have no students in Thailand educators class. But if you select assign manually, then you would check each name that you want to have this assignment, right? There still wouldn't be the ability to group, but you can check the names that you want to have this particular assignment. And another assignment, you may check another 4 names, and then you would have to say in the class, only one person needs to submit, but then the other students would have an automatic no in the system. So as you assign, you put the opening date. So you may not want it to be available today. You may want it to post a week from now and then close 2 weeks after that. If you don't put a due date, it just stays open. As you're assigning, you could turn off the prevent skipping. You can allow your students to skip to another section. So even though that is your default, you can change it here, right? And if you don't want to assign it to a class that you already have, you can simply create a new class. So often when I'm doing training, I would just create a new class, assign and share the code with whoever is going to be a part of that training exercise. All right. And once you've done all of this, you would click assign, and that would be the end of it. So you can assign. If you decided, no, I think I forgot something, I want to add another question, you can go back and edit. You can share a preview. And this is what I did with you today. This is where you share a preview with teachers. You can share a preview with a colleague. So when the colleague does the video, it doesn't go into the gradebook. If you use other means of sharing, it's going to register that colleague as a student, and it will show up in your gradebook, and you don't want that. So you want to share with a colleague here. The share preview, it's just a preview you're sharing. And if your videos are public, but you want this particular one to be private, all of this will be here. You can switch it to private. So if you want all to be private, you're going to your account. If you want just some, you can select the ones you want to be private at the video itself. And you can duplicate or delete from here as well. So this is basically how we work with Edpuzzle to source videos, to develop or edit videos, and to assign them to our classes. Do we have any questions? Again, to go back to the home page, you just click the Edpuzzle icon, and it will take us back to the home page. And because I created that video, it will be seen by persons who are in the same school I am. In answer to the question, this is where you would come, add content, and you would go to student project. You would put what the project is, create a video for whatever the goal of the project, to teach grade, to teach peers. I think that's what he said. To teach peers about creation. And then you put the instructions for the project, and then you save the project. You would share that with your students, and now your students have the ability to create videos without having a teacher account. Add content. All right, so do we have any questions?
I have a question. Those questions that you are going to create according, in the video, can it be audio instead of just reading style, like reading form?
I believe let me look, because there was an audio feature. I'm going to look again. I know that with the notes, you can definitely put audio with the note. Here is the microphone. You can type it, or you can just record yourself, and a note can be audio, right? So you can put an audio note for sure. Let me see the open-ended question. They still don't have audios there. So that's another good suggestion. And multiple choice, they don't have audios. So we only have audios for notes so far in Edpuzzle. If you want to put a note, it can be an audio note. Right? But we did see that with the responses to the long answer question, to the open-ended question, the student can respond with an audio note. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
Do they have an application for this one? An app? Or it's
you mean
like an app for the phone?
No. Google, sorry, Edpuzzle. Maybe there's an app, you know. Maybe by now there's an app, but I have not so far gotten Edpuzzle to work on the phone. Only iPads and but I have been primarily using web browsers. I really should, you know, we can just Google that quickly. Yes. Beautiful, thank you. Awesome, so there's the answer to your question. An app for my smartphone, yes. So if you use the app, then it will work on the smartphone. Now that you said it, I vaguely remembered. But
just one question, if I can. You mentioned there was a limitation as to how many videos one teacher can have, but if a number of students are making videos, that doesn't matter. If other people are making videos on a project, that's okay, an assignment.
I'm not sure that the student videos would be counted toward your video, the number of videos you're allowed. However, I would recommend that you simply invite teachers. I have 188 videos now. I've used 27. And so when you get up to 70, 75, after a while, you just have space to use. So I don't think I haven't tried it, but I wouldn't think that the student videos, they would count as assignments. It wouldn't count to the video, to your video load. It shouldn't.
Good, I'll test it out and see.
Awesome, thank you. And definitely invite some teachers and get an increase in what you're allowed, for sure. So any other questions? I think
yes.
Yes. Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, yes. I would just want to ask you, ma'am, if you want to develop one more option in this application, have you ever felt that you have some lacking of some operations here? Have you ever experienced?
Personally, myself?
Uh-huh.
The only thing is what I mentioned, I always had an issue with the privacy, and I wish that I could have where the videos are shared within my community, meaning my school community, and not fully public as the videos are. It's either fully public or now this privacy option was just added. It was always just fully public. Now you can make it private for just your students. So that is a step in the direction I wanted, but they still need another step.
Thank you. Thank you. And at the same time, ma'am, is it possible to make a group videos in this platform?
Oh. Explain what you mean, if it's possible to.
We make a video, it's a possible group. We need the internet, right? In that case, can we make it as a group video mode? How can I explain?
You mean the teachers are making videos as a group, or?
Yes, in that sense, right?
Oh, so something like Google Docs where you're working on it collaboratively. Right. I have not seen that at all, because you copy the video and share. So these are really good suggestions that really you all can reach out to Edpuzzle. Like I said, they are responsive. You share these things, and within a year or so, after about a year, you'll see the platform is changing because it is evolving and having these little improvements continually.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Thank you.
Welcome back. You have been sitting down for a long time, so I think you need a break. We're going to do like maybe a 2 or 3 minute exercise, and then we're going to show video of KAIS, Korat Adventist International School. So let's try to do this exercise to move our limbs and muscles.
All right, this was nice and fun. We had fun putting it together. I have Nishi and Kiera with me. Let's go. Tap. Clap, clap. Open. Good. All right, we're going to keep the hands the same. We're going to change the feet. Take it out. 4. Good, good. Open. All right, we're gonna have a change here. Rock. Good. Up, then down. Rock. Up, down. Shine. Good. Nice and smooth. Rock it out. And up. We're gonna start from the top. Good. Once again, we're going to change that leg motion to open and close. Open. Good. Nice and strong. All right. We're going to rock it out. Take it up. Up and down. Rock. Good. Shine. Rock it out. Up. We're going to have a change here. Roll it over. Good. Roll. Shine. Rock it out. Good. Here we go. Stop it. Pep. Stomp that foot. Keep it going. All right, we're going to have that gentle sway from the top. Good. Nice and easy. We're going to let it shine up and over. 4, 3. Back to the hook. Rock it out. And up and down. Good. Shine it out. Rock it out. Roll it over. Good. 2 more. Shine. Rock it out. Woo! Awesome. Hey, I am so excited to announce that Chair 1 Fitness is...
Thank you for those who joined us. We will now watch a video from KAIS.
เลยอ่ะถามไม่ถามฮัลโหลมีใครอยู่บ้างคะอาจารย์โกศินทร์อาจารย์โกศินทร์
ครับตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราชมวิดีโอก่อนนะครับ เราอยู่ในห้องรวมกันหมดแล้วครับ
ค่ะได้พวกเรานะคะเดี๋ยวลูกค้าเป็นร้อยแล้วถูไม่ถามไม่สงสัยพี่สงสัยว่าหายไปไหนหมด
We are Karat
ครับเรามาจากห้องย่อยตอนนี้เราอยู่ห้องหลักกันหมดแล้วนะครับขอเชิญวิดีโอต่อเลยครับ
Adventist International School, formerly known as Ames Karat. Located in Thailand's northeastern province of Nakhon Ratchasima, KAIS has been serving as a light to the community since 2009. Serving alongside our school's ministry are 3 local SDA churches, including 1 Thai church and 2 international churches. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented both challenges and opportunities for sharing the gospel. Our school's diverse group of teachers and faculty members are dedicated to sharing their faith in Jesus with nearly 200 students, their families, and the surrounding community. Among our faculty is a very active spiritual committee, serving as a backbone to our school's mission work and spiritual activities. This group of 15 members is committed to leading the school in both in-reach and outreach ministry. Some recent initiatives and projects include our chapel program for students, where grades 1 to 4 are actively involved in learning more about God through skits, songs, and character-building activities. Staff and faculty visitations, organized by the Spiritual Committee, have helped to encourage and strengthen our spiritual walk and fellowship. Future plans also include online visitations with students and their families as another ministry outreach. Weeks of prayer, which are held twice every school year, have given students opportunities to encounter God and to hear faith-inspiring testimonies. Traditionally, our Christmas programs have also been a spiritual highlight of the year. COVID has made it difficult to plan for an on-site program, but we are still praying for our plans for a school-wide program called Journey to Bethlehem, where each class will have active involvement in telling the story of Jesus. At our school, we believe that prayer is foundational to missionary work. Thus, we are dedicated every Friday as a staff to praying together in small groups as we seek God's blessing and His counsel as we minister within our community. In addition to school activities, our church's children's ministry has been reaching out to our students through Sabbath school classes. Many students of non-Christian backgrounds have attended the online children's Sabbath school and participate in learning more about God and His Word. We are eagerly praying for and anticipate a new church building for our Karat Adventist International Church. With a seating capacity of 350 people, we look forward to this church serving as a new hub for community outreach alongside our school. We praise God that in spite of the COVID challenges, KAIS can still be proactive in going and telling the good news. The Lord says in Isaiah 6:8, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?"
Here we are, we will go.
Test is come back to the stage where we have all our presents ready for the blessing draw. We will see which blessing will you or which one of you will receive. So this afternoon, we have these water bottles. We are trying to promote you to be healthy and drink lots of water. These water bottles can hold 2,000 milliliters or 2 liters of water. And they even have time. At what time of the day, starting from morning, should you finish the amount of water so it can remind you, do you drink enough water? Maybe you need one of these. So we have for men and for ladies. So we have asked Ajahn Panuwat, Director of BAIS, to please pick 20 names เราจะเลือก20ชื่อนะคะที่จะได้รับขวดน้ำสวยๆนะครับ2ลิตรคุณดื่มน้ำพอไหมคะคุณอาจจะต้องใช้อันนี้นะคะโอเคอาจารย์เชิญค่ะชื่อแรก KIS อาจารย์จรัญบอกว่าอย่าลืม KAIS นะคะ KIS ได้ไหมเอ่ยอันนี้ชื่อไทยจาก THS คือเทพอำนวยหาดใหญ่สกูล
คุณรัชนีล้อมลิ้มนะคะคุณรัชนีล้อมลิ้มค่ะ
ต่อเลยค่ะ 2 From EIS, our very own Mr. Ian Cordero. Yes. Another from CAA, Job Cabanero. Okay, from AES, ชื่อไทยค่ะ
AES นะคะคุณพัชนีอินจันทร์ค่ะคุณพัชนีอินจันทร์
ชื่อต่อไป TWS เทพอำนวยวิทยาสกูลโรงเรียนเทพอำนวยวิทยาสกูลนะคะคุณวัสมนพันกรวีค่ะคุณวัสมนพันกรวีชื่อต่อไปจาก AES ชื่อไทยเหมือนกันค่ะ
คุณชนทิกาชัยรถค่ะคุณชนทิกาชัยรถ
Okay, from our very own EIS, Ivy Lou de Gauges. Okay, number 8. Another Thai name from CAA, Chiang Mai Adventist Academy.
เชียงใหม่มัธยมนะคะคุณทวีศักดิ์ทัศนทรัพย์ค่ะคุณทวีศักดิ์ทัศนทรัพย์ค่ะ
จาก KIS ได้แล้วค่ะอาจารย์จรัญชื่อแรกโสภิตนภาแซ่ยังใช่ไหมคะจาก KAIS ค่ะยินดีด้วยค่ะ from EIS Chona Ronquillo number 11 from EIS also Sirirak Bunma number 12 is from BAIS, Ethel Grace Galvo. Thank you for doing Kahoot for us this morning. Number 13 from EIS, Debbie June Varon. From THS is Tep Amnoy Hat Yai School, Mrs. Eileen. From EIS, Manletan. And number 16 ชื่อไทยจาก CAA ค่ะ
จากเชียงใหม่มัธยมนะคะคุณปานิดาลีสวัสดิ์สกุลค่ะคุณปานิดาลีสวัสดิ์สกุล
and number 17 from EIS Christopher Hildebrand, who you cannot see his face because he's a teddy bear today. And then from EIS, this is a Thai name
คุณวันนาคำพาดค่ะ
จาก EIS นะคะอันนี้19ใช่ไหมคะ TWS จากเทพอำนวยวิทยาสกูลภูสิรินกำพงพีนะคะเขียนภาษาอังกฤษแล้วก็ the last one 20 from THS เทพอำนวยหาดใหญ่สกูล
ได้แก่คุณแดนนภาแซ่เท้าค่ะ
Okay, congratulations ตบมือด้วยค่ะ to ที่คนที่ได้ขอบคุณมากนะคะอาจารย์
ได้
พา
รับ
นุ
ขวด
วัฒน์
น้ำนะคะ
so tomorrow นะคะพรุ่งนี้อย่าลืมมาตอนช่วงเวลา break เราจะมีการแจกรางวัลอีกนะคะ don't forget tomorrow again during the break time we will be giving out prizes again the prizes will be sent to your school and will be given to you later after the program thank you and God bless you we will wait 1 minute and I will go open the breakout rooms for you to enter again
Day, this afternoon, yes, it's this afternoon for you, this afternoon, this morning for me, the final application. So this is a Google Classroom, and this is the classroom teachers would go into to learn about Nearpod. Now, usually there's a stream, but usually when you go to classwork, you see quite a bit of classwork, just different links. So we were looking for a way to clean it all up so that there aren't a lot of different assignments in any given classroom. So for this Nearpod classroom, what we did was create a virtual classroom, and I'll just click on it and show you. This is Unit 1 of the class. So when the student or when the teacher clicks on Unit 1 and it drops down, what they get is this virtual classroom. So when the teacher clicks on that link, or in your case, it will be a student, when the student clicks, this is the virtual classroom. Now you could create this page to look like anything you want to. You can use this, you can have it look like a literal classroom. I've had teachers do that. and even put the hand sanitizer by the door on a table. Very creative designs. Basically, this is a hyperlinked Google Slides page, even though students wouldn't know that. And how it works is, we're not going to run through it, but the teachers know to click on the teacher. If you click here, you get instructions on how to navigate this class. Although by the time they reach this point, they're familiar with it. If you click on purchase a ticket, it will give you either an assignment, show you a video, whatever it is that you want to do. So when you create a page like this, you can now hyperlink it to your Edpuzzle assignment, hyperlink it to your Google Forms, or any other thing. So what your student sees is, excuse me, in this case, a museum, and it's like walking around the museum. So they would click on the, is this the Eiffel Tower? And that would take them to some form of content. So this is just one example of how you can personalize your classroom, create a Google Slides and hyperlink it. And this is how your student navigates through an entire unit. The quiz could be in here hyperlinked, everything could be hyperlinked in this particular classroom. Here is another example. In this one, this was used for e-testing. The student would register here. In other words, the teacher would go there, and that's where they would get the course outline. And then they would click on this door, and it will take them to Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4. When they click, so it's like an adult learning center sort of university setting. And there should be a bottle of hand sanitizer on this table. When they click on a particular door, it just opens another page. And this is just another Google slide, which they wouldn't know. And this one has an interactive PowerPoint in it. So as they click on the different doors, it will take them to different activities. So this is something you can do with Google Slides. So I just want to recommend that you look into things like this, so that this is what your student sees for the entire semester, if it's a fully online class, or for an entire unit, and they're going through the different doors, clicking on them. The teachers enjoyed it, and I think that students will enjoy that as well. Okay. So I just wanted to introduce a few of those things, and I want to take us to Nearpod. So this is Nearpod, and Nearpod is, it's sort of like a learning management tool, but what it has is a lot of different activities that are ready-made or you can make for your students. So I'm going to briefly show it to you, and then we can sign up for a Nearpod assignment. So I noticed that you used Kahoot, and everybody went into Kahoot. So we can look at one of the activities in Nearpod. I did plan to have games, but then when I saw you had games, I just pulled them out. But with Kahoot, with Nearpod, there's something a little bit like Kahoot. If I click live participation, it will generate a code that you can go into, and we can probably do it if we have time at the end, but I just want to show it to you and take you through the pictures of it. Internet is a little bit slow. All right, so there is the code. So if you were to go to nearpod.com and enter this code under student, it would take you into this game that I've created. It is a lot like Kahoot, but it's built differently. In this game, it's called Time to Climb. And basically, you choose where you want to climb. You can climb underwater, space, or the Himalayas. So let's choose underwater. And once you do this, the students who would have entered the code, they begin to appear in this room. And as they're appearing in this room, you would all choose names, you would all choose avatars, their avatars, and you appear into this room. And when you appear in the room, everybody's here, the game can start. So it moves to another page, and then what happens is you get these quiz questions like Kahoot, and the faster you answer and more correctly you answer, the faster you climb up this mountain. At the end of the game, whether it's 5 questions, 6 questions, 2 questions, the first 3 people appear on a podium with their names. So first, second, and third. So if we have time, oh, I should have gone out. If we have time, we will be able to play that game today, but that is something a lot like Kahoot. The difference is that, as well, I noticed that Kahoot a while back, if you don't have a paid account, you can only have 10 students per activity. However, with this platform, you're not limited to that. You can still play the games with more than 10 people. So I'm going to show you the features of Nearpod so that we can have a better understanding of it. And then we can sign up for an account. I really would like this to be done because, like I said, the platforms are intuitive and you can teach yourself quite a lot. So when we have a Nearpod account, these are the things that Nearpod can do. You go to create, and when you create, you can create an entire lesson, and the lesson is going to be made up of activities, videos, all the different things. I have not used videos in Nearpod. This is them trying to develop an Edpuzzle-like video editing platform. But this came out again of COVID, and it was in beta until I think late last year, just being tested. I have not yet tested it to see how it turned out. So you can use video or you can create an activity. So I want us to look. Let's do Google Slides so we can see more. Oh no, not too bad. Let's do a lesson. I'm trying to get the view of just about everything that we can see instead of 1 or 2 or 3 details. So if we're creating a lesson, Nearpod has activities and sort of assessment like lessons and assessment. So when you go to create a lesson, you get this page and you can add content or activities. And when you go to add content or activities, this is the page I was looking for. You can add slides. You can see it's in beta testing stage still. It's not fully developed, but they're trying to ensure it's fully integrated with Google Slides. In content, you have simulations, virtual reality tours. These are things you can share with your students. BBC's videos, you have sways, slideshows, and these are ready-made. For example, if I were to go to a simulation and I wanted to show something about energy, I could click on that. It's mostly math and science, as you can see. And it will give a simulation. Okay, he's not moving, but they tend to move. I don't know if there's a problem with my internet or if it's the particular simulation because there's no movement happening. But this is to look, oh, there it is. This is to look at mass and speed. Now, science is one of my very weakest points. So don't ask me to explain what the simulation is doing, but it's to look at some aspect of science. So for the science teachers, you can look at different things. You can simulate it. I should have, oh, I accidentally just closed it. Sorry about that. I should have chosen something for math that I could actually follow because science is totally not my area. Create a lesson. Let's go back to that. When you go to create a lesson, you can have, in one lesson, you can have any of these things, simulations, you can have the virtual reality tours, you can have any of them, or you can do just one. So you add content or activity, and we go to simulation. Let's see what they have at the elementary school level. Oh, this is area builder, where the student has to, I think I did this, where the student has to, you get questions to do, area builder, you get areas to do, and you have to literally build those areas. I don't quite remember how all the simulations work, and I'm not choosing a correct one. So let's go to the virtual reality tour. In the virtual reality tour, you can look for a particular place, such as Egypt, EGYPT. Now, when you put all these pages together, it's like a PowerPoint or a Google Slides, except that everything is prepared for you and it's navigating the students through different activities. So if I were to do a virtual reality tour, let's look for the pyramids. What it is, it's a 360 view of whatever you're looking at. So here's the pyramid. So if the student is looking at this on their phone, they would have, they'll be able to basically look up, down, sideways, and see the full 360 of the area. You can look up at the sky, you can look back down at the ground. So if there is somewhere you want to take your students, some site you want them to see, you can take them on a virtual reality tour of different places. So this could be one of the pages in a Nearpod slideshow. So in Nearpod, you're developing content, but you're using what is already there for you. You can put web content, so you can bring in a page from outside. Now, what I use continually is the activities. This is where I spend most of my time. So at the end, we could try to play that time to climb, but if I want to put a time to climb in my slideshow, so after they see the virtual reality tour, they can then move on to the time to climb and answer questions based on that virtual reality tour. And the time to climb is that Kahoot-like game. You can use open-ended questions. You can create a matching exercise where you have, well, we know what matching is. Matching, you can match words and definitions. You can match pictures with words. You can create different matches. And here they are. So you are creating pairs, right? So you can have matching exercises for your students. So rather than using Google Forms all the time, because Google Forms is pretty limited, you can have a matching exercise for your students. Okay, in addition, activities include quizzes, Flipgrid, Droid, where they could draw their collaborate boards, which are pretty cool. The collaborate board is a board where you would put a topic. When we talk about discussion forum, this is one tool that you can use. So basically you put whatever the topic is and you put a description of what you want the students to do, and then you choose the board you want. Do you want it to look like a blackboard, a post-it, whatever you want the board to look like? And then what happens once you save this, you get a link to share it with students. And when the students click on that link, it takes them to the board. They're going to see it taking up the entire page, and they will be able to use post-its and post responses to whatever question you put here. But more than that, other students who come can upvote their questions. So you can click on the heart. There's going to be a heart right here. When you click on that, it's going to add a plus to the student who made that post. So you can end up with 27 hearts, 50 hearts, how many ever hearts. So you upvote any responses that you like. For some reason, the internet has gone down incredibly. All right, so that is the collaborate board. And then we have a memory test. When I was a child, we had games like this, where it's simply peers. And so whatever picture you put here would automatically show up on the card next to it. So it's not like matching because it's just a memory game. So the student would flip 2 cards and if those 2 don't match, they check another 2 cards and they're trying to get all the pairs. And Nearpod is going to track how many tries it took them to get the pairs. So there is no way to put one picture, like for example, put a math problem on one and the answer on the other one. I really wish that could have been done, but I tried, it cannot. It's just the exact same thing. So it is a matching game. So I usually use this game for sort of creating community, because you can use the students' pictures on the cards, and then the students have to match the pairs, and they're using pictures of their class members. So these are some of the activities Nearpod has and the content. So when you're developing your slides, you don't need to build from scratch. Each page could be a different piece of content or a different activity. And this is what Nearpod is, but this is what Nearpod does, but now we're going to go through the platform itself. Good. So this is the Nearpod dashboard. There are 2 ways to create. You can create from the tab at the top. You can create from the tab below. As usual, there is your profile. There is your account profile. I am a silver, which is just a free member, and I do not pay for any of these things. I'm not in the classroom. I use it mainly for introducing to teachers, for teaching. So, and I do know teachers who use it and don't pay for it, because it does give you quite a bit of details without having to pay for the plan. So the silver is the free plan, and that's where I am. You can join a lesson here if you have, the logo again brings you back to the home page. Wherever you are, if you can see this logo, it would bring you back to the home page, but it's not always visible in Nearpod. If I have a class and I want you to engage in an activity in my class, I can give you the code and you can enter it here. You don't have to sign out of your teacher account. That is something that is different to Nearpod to other platforms. Like Edpuzzle, you have a student account and a teacher account. This one allows you to engage with just one account. Then you have My Lessons. So these will be the lessons you've created. It's a lot like Edpuzzle. You have your own lessons here. And then you have reports. That's something we didn't have time to look at in Edpuzzle. But reports would be the analytics on your students. Who did the assignment, who didn't do the assignment, what their scores were. So when you go to reports, it's going to give you reports by assignments, and the assignments could be in a particular class. So seeing that you have assignments, you want to make sure that those assignments, also the names of the assignment, indicate the class that it was for, so you can see immediately where a particular report belongs. Now I'm looking for one that I think was used so that we can see what the report looks like. All right, so from initially I can see that 12 students completed the first time I put this out, and 28 students completed the second time I put it out. And I can actually look at the 12 students and I can see which students completed the assignment. So if there's a student who said they completed it, but you don't see the name here, you can address that. And it tells me what the question was for this particular Collaborate board. This is a Collaborate board that we're looking at the students who took part in a particular Collaborate board here. And these would be the analytics for that. Again, you can download or you can share. Depending on the assignment you're looking at, it's going to give you different analytics. More detailed reports. If it's a time to climb with multiple choice questions, it's going to give you feedback on those multiple choice questions. And then there is the Nearpod library. A lot like Edpuzzle, Nearpod has activities that were already created. So if you have a particular area, English, math, whatever your area is, if you're looking for a lesson for a particular grade, in your subject area, you can say what that subject area is, what that grade is, and find completed activities for your students in the different areas. And when you look at the activity, it depends on what that teacher wanted to do. So the activity could start with a video presentation, and then the next slide, when the student moves over to the next slide, it's a matching game. And then it goes on to maybe a sway. A sway is like a series of picture PowerPoints of, how do I describe a sway? A series of pictures that tell a story, pictures and words, and instead of going one after the next like a PowerPoint, it runs down the document like this. So it could be a sway, it could be a slide, a Google slide, more interactive content. So each of these would be made up of several pages, and they could include activities and as well as content. So you can take a student through an entire lesson. And if we're looking for lessons that are already developed, to see what other teachers have done, this definitely helps. It's really designed based on the US state standards. So if you're looking to meet the standards in New York City or Vermont, you would look for those particular standards for your subject. So it isn't catering to the Caribbean or the East. It is designed for the US context, but if it's the same grade level, we can usually use their content. So this is, if you want to see what teachers have done before and use their content, it's just like Edpuzzle in that you find content that already exists. You can leave it as is, or you can edit it. And then you have teacher resources. Again, this is like Edpuzzle in that there is training for teachers to learn more about Nearpod. You can do enough training where you become an ambassador for Nearpod, that's what they call it. And it means you can begin training other people. So Nearpod usually has these live webinars that you can sign up for. So you can come and see what's available in the future. Nearpod too, you can reach out to directly. See, there's a Facebook community for Nearpod, but you can also reach out to Nearpod directly by writing to them. I have had to do that in the past. Last summer with COVID, we had some serious issues because of the overload on the platform. And then we have tutorial lessons. So I'm more concerned because of time to get you set up with your account, just give you a brief synopsis of what it is, because you can come and you can do these basic tutorials that show you how to really develop, and it's not a difficult thing. If you can use Kahoot, you can definitely use Nearpod. Kahoot and Google Slides. You can definitely use Nearpod. So creating a Nearpod, finding a lesson and a video, launching it with students, and posting a session. And Nearpod allows you to launch the lessons live, so you're doing it with your students at the same time, whether you're in the same class or different places. It also allows you to launch it self-paced, so the students interact at their own time. And so it gives you both options, so you can determine what's best in a given situation. You can join the communities, you can check out the blogs as well. but I have been staying, I've done several webinars, and I've gone through some of the Get It Started videos in order to be able to share information with others. Actually, when we teach Nearpod, we tend to just use their software training to guide the teachers through. So you can definitely go to Nearpod and check out, trying to get back to the homepage, go to Nearpod and check out the teacher resources and the Nearpod library. So I'd just like to quickly have us, if you're interested, sign up for a Nearpod account. So if you want a Nearpod account, you simply go to nearpod.com and click on teacher. Your students, if they're joining, they would need to enter a code if they want to do a lesson. They don't need to sign up for an account. If they want to play a game, like if I wanted you to play a game now, you would go to nearpod.com and simply just enter the code and it will begin to take you there. So it's not like Edpuzzle where you would have to sign up for an account. Nearpod.com, beautiful, thank you. And as a teacher, you simply sign up for a free account. I know that, keep looking at the time. I can't go through too much of Nearpod, unfortunately. I was hoping to do Nearpod and Edpuzzle in the last session. But when you click on teacher, then you just, when you click on I'm a teacher, you just click on teacher. And you enter similar information. There isn't a referral code for Nearpod. There isn't any storage space limit that I have encountered so far. So we don't have to worry about any referral codes. Just enter your name, your school email, or I just use my Gmail, and your password. I'm not a robot. You agree, and you can sign up for a Nearpod account. Now, why having these two tools? Why I've tried to introduce these, at least these two platforms, the software Nearpod and Edpuzzle, is because when you're working with Google Slides, there you go. When you're working with Google Slides, and developing, like, for example, the example of the virtual classroom I shared with you, when you are doing that, you want to have these other platforms like Edpuzzle and Nearpod to use as links in your Google slide to send the student to content and then send them back to the slide. And thank God we have some time, so I just wanted to show you one more example of that, and I think I have a link for you here. So we're going to end this on a religious note, bit of a religious note. If you know Ephesians 6, put on the armor of God. This will help you. Oh, sorry. I have to send it to you, yeah? I have to send it to... Who should I send the link to, seeing that I can't send it to everyone? Stream English again. Okay, you're not at, oh, there you go. All right, so this link is going to take us to a Google slide. And we can see how things can be linked in Google Slides. You can link, well, Nearpod and Edpuzzle aren't here because if I did it, you wouldn't have access because you don't have access to my Edpuzzle. But we're seeing how we can use a Google slide. So this is a Google slide, which again is like a PowerPoint, but live and online. So this is an interactive, so it's called an escape room, where the students have to solve different puzzles to get out of the room. But what it is just using hyperlinks to different things, either within the slideshow itself or outside of the slideshow. So it's something you can do yourself. And for those who aren't going to it, I will run through it here, right? So when the student clicks on something, because you would not give them this link like I just gave it to you, you would instead hyperlink something. And when they click on it, it brings them here. And the reason I don't give this link to students is because some of the students are smart and they know about how to do things. And if you look at the link, if I show it to you in the Word document, you will see that the link is a long string, and right here is present, the word present. I actually had to put this word present in because when you first get a link, that would say edit. And in order to get the slideshow to not be editable, you have to change it to present. Now, these are things that you can learn online, but so a student can go to this link and they can take present and change it back to edit, and then they will be able to edit your entire slide presentation, right? So I'm still trying to find ways to hide that as much as possible, but not just directly give them the link. So here we see on the first page, the student gets what they're supposed to be doing, and what it is Sebastian telling a story and putting controls. And he is saying, look, Sebastian is in the middle of a terrible war. He is trapped in enemy territory in the galaxy called the Milky Way. Of course, that's where we are. He must find his way home to Ahava. I think that means peace or something like that. The enemy territory has been charted by Sebastian's commander, he would be Jesus, and many soldiers, those who've gone before us, who have left their mark for other soldiers. Sebastian is in a temporary safe house, church, where he discovers armor. But he must embark on his journey home, and then the student is asked to help Sebastian home. Click on the armor to begin the saga. So some of you may already be doing it. When we click on the armor, and let me just verify that I have sound on. Because it's not staying. So what this just said is basically asking you to help Sebastian, and it's saying click on Sebastian and he will tell you what he needs. So when you click on Sebastian.
Hi, I'm Sebastian. I know this armor has special powers. Can you help me find them so I can use this armor skillfully? The armor guide can be found in Ephesians 6. Read it, then click on the parts of my armor in the order you find in Ephesians to share the information you find.
Right. So this is for a Bible study class, but Sebastian could really ask for anything. It could be to solve a math problem and enter the answer. It could be anything. But Sebastian has asked us to click on the armor in the order it appears in Ephesians. And so the first thing is the belt, right? And when he clicks on the belt, he gets a puzzle to solve. In this case, it's just to know the verse. So Christians must have loins girds with, is it truth, love, or gold? If you click on the wrong thing, love, then it takes you to a page where it says, oops, and it could say anything. Sorry, a just man falls 7 times, he rises up again. Click here to try again, it will take you back. And this time we can enter truth. And there it is, you got the breast, the loins girt about with truth for Sebastian. And then it says, click on the golden vessel to continue. So what is the next item in the Ephesian text? I believe it is the breastplate of righteousness. And so when you click, it's correct. So it took us to the question. Breastplate of righteousness, and we got that for Sebastian. And then we can click on the third thing. Now I know it's not the sword, but if you click the sword, again, it takes you back to the oops. and it will bring you back again. Right? Is it that your feet are shod with with preparation for the gospel, and so you get the boots for Sebastian. So we're helping Sebastian to put on his armor. Wrong again. It's the shield of faith. And we get the shield of faith for Sebastian. So just think you could be using this because this is self-developed. This is not very difficult to develop. The helmet of salvation. So you could develop this for your students. And of course, the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. And now that Sebastian has all his armor on, and we click to continue, you will see that Sebastian is going to be dressed in his armor. And there he is.
Put on the full armor of God, stand strong against the evil one. Put on the full armor of God, the full armor of God.
Okay, and then Sebastian thanks us for helping him, and it says click the key to continue. And here is where this particular one has a hyperlink leading outside of the slide presentation. So this could take us to Edpuzzle or Nearpod or to something else, and I am touching on that something else. So I actually hyperlinked it to a jigsaw. And in this jigsaw, you might want to write down jigsawexplorer.com and find out a bit about that. So in the jigsaw, I have already created this jigsaw puzzle. This is not here. And the orientation of the puzzle, you can determine what you want it to be. It can be that it's oriented as it's going to fit finally, or you can have the puzzle pieces be flipped all over the place. So it really is up to the teacher. And this picture could be anything. So it could be an educational picture. I chose something that was just simple for me to come and work with. But this picture could be anything you want it to be that can be used to teach your students some kind of concept. I'm building it to show you what happens when the students build this picture. With Jigsaw, the Jigsaw platform, you can bring in your own picture, or you can use one of the pictures that they have. Now, once I'm finished building the puzzle, what's going to happen is they will get a whole set of chairs, and then there will be a code for the students. So it means that if you want a secret code for the students, you can have them in slides, have them come out to some other activity, in this case, Jigsaw, and when they finish, it takes them somewhere else again. So we see Thai sticky rice, one of my favorite desserts, and then the student gets a message. So this one says, now let's see a Google Slides interactive classroom. And that's something I showed you a little while ago, but this can take your students to Google Forms to complete a quiz. It can take them to Nearpod. If you go and spend a bit of time there, it can take them to Edpuzzle. So once we use hyperlinks, we begin to connect all the different aspects, all the different tools that we're using, the different platform software that we're using, so that the student doesn't have to move from one thing to the next and go back and click on this browser and go back here. And then it becomes even more seamless when we put it all in one classroom, like the one I showed you a little while ago, which is the virtual classroom. So that can take them back into their classroom, and then they begin on the next unit, unit 2, or whichever is the next unit that they're supposed to go to. And so all of this is done with Google Slides, and then we just link whatever content or activity we want. So it could take them to a mountain climb, it could take them to anything, because all these platforms give us links that we can hyperlink in our Google Slides. Do we have any questions?
Hello, ma'am. I have a question.
Sure.
I got that somewhere. I'd want to ask, how do we share the PowerPoint to the students so that they cannot edit the content of the PowerPoint?
Okay. Well, I'm actually looking for my email. There it is. This is all the persons who signed in with Edpuzzle. I'm just going to a slide. I'm going to go to a slide to just show how we do it, right? You mean you get it on the whole screen, so it's not an editable PowerPoint. So I think I put Sebastian in a Thai folder. The internet has slowed down so much. I think people are waking up and going online. Okay, so Sebastian should be in this Thai teachers folder. There you go. So this is the editable version of what we just saw, the link I just sent you. So this is the slide, the escape room. And by the way, you can go to YouTube and enter escape room, and you'll find much more creative ones for music and for all other subject areas. They will tell you how to create it. So this, in order to do this game, there were actually 32 slides because you had the back between here and here. Now, you want the student to not be able to edit. This is the link that you would be sharing to bring a student to this page, right? You'll be sharing this URL up here, this link. So all that I really do is, you don't have to do it this way. You can do it whichever way you're comfortable. I simply take the link into Word, and then where you see edit, EDIT, you go EDIT, and you change it to PRESENT. You change it to present, and that's it, right there. And make sure your students never know that they would have the power to change it, because it is going to take them into your Google Doc document, and they will be able to edit it. So once I've changed that to present, whatever I want to hyperlink it to, that's what I'm going to use, the present version. So if I yes.
If I insert or add the link directly to Google Classroom, is that okay also? Can the students?
Yes, you see, if there are students who know how to change, present, edit, if they know the feature, they can do it anywhere, quite honestly. I just recommend, yes.
Okay. So if I will add the link right away in Google Classroom, I don't have to edit the word edit to present.
Yes, no, you still have to. Once it is an editable, once it is this link here, it will take the students to your editable version, because that's what this says. Now, we don't have time, but there is a way to go into file and to go to publish to the web, and it allows you to do it there. But yeah, then the slides will progress automatically. It wouldn't be the students progressing the slides with clicks. It will just kind of progress. You have to know how to use those settings.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So yeah, so that leaves us with the change edit to present option. Any other questions? We have just 4 minutes. So I really tried to rush through just showing you Nearpod. I hope that you go and look into it. It's not difficult to learn. You can pick it up in a day and be using it the very same day, be developing. It's no more difficult than Edpuzzle. It's just about navigating the platform. So do we have any questions? And if you're familiar with Google Slides, seeing that we have no questions, if you're familiar with Google Slides, then you know that you can create the virtual classroom right here as well. Right? You can insert, you can have a blank slide and then you just begin to put a background, a wall, and you put a chair and you put tables and you put whatever you want, and then you just hyperlink your activities to those different items in your room. And you have a class, you have a virtual class. So do we have any questions at all?
I don't think we got any questions. We have to go back to our main room very soon, I think.
Okay, yeah, in 3 minutes. So I think that we can end here. I hope that you really go and check out Nearpod and see what features it has, because it can be very beneficial to students. And thank you so much for your time and for being with me. I really appreciate having been here with you.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm guessing it's 5 o'clock in the morning, your time, so the morning is starting for you.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna jump back into the main lesson. Do we have any announcements from us before we jump into our main group?
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Genevieve Booker, we are so thankful to have you with us. We're so happy that our 227 teachers have gained lots of technique for teaching online, such as Netiquette, Edpuzzle, Nearpod, and many more. Everything you have, even though you are behind us 12 hours, but you are willing to be our resource speaker to improve our teachers to face on new normal teachings. On behalf of the Thailand Adventist Mission Education Committee team, we would like to present to you from the bottom of our hearts for deep appreciation with the certificate to Dr. Genevieve Burkhardt, conducted a seminar techniques for effective online teachings. May the Lord continue to bless you on your profession. Come and visit us in Thailand so you can have more pad Thai noodles and sticky rice and many food. Give Dr. loud applause, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So can I sign out now? That's okay. That's okay. Thank you. All right, take care. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Hi, Ate D.
Thank you.
ที่มาใหม่รวมทั้งน้องๆที่อยู่มาหลายสมัยบางคนอาจจะงงว่านี่โรงเรียนอะไรเดี๋ยวพี่จะพาเที่ยวชมว่าที่นี่เจ๋งแค่ไหน
ที่เห็นอยู่ตรงหน้าคือป้ายสถาบันคำว่าเชียงใหม่มัธยมจะลึกอยู่บนป้ายนั้นเป็นชื่อของโรงเรียนที่ยิ่งใหญ่อลังการแต่ถ้าท่านขับรถไวท่านจะอ่านมันไม่ทัน
หลังจากเจอป้ายเลี้ยวซ้ายและเลี้ยวขวาท่านจะเห็นด่านคัดกรองซึ่งอยู่เป็นด่านหน้าและท่านจะเห็นถนนยาวไกลสุดสายตาแต่ก่อนท่านจะเข้าไปได้ต้องใส่แมสกันด้วยนะคะ
หลังจากวัดไข้เชิญข้างในเลยครับผมอันนี้คือโรงจอดรถที่ทนแดดทนลมด้านข้างทางขวาท่านจะเห็นอาคารประถมตัวอาคารเป็นยังไงเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปชม
อาคารประถมเป็นตึก2ชั้นน้องประถมจะเข้าเรียนที่นี่ทุกวันทั้งชั้นแรกและชั้น2ก็จะมีราวกั้นแต่ละห้องก็เป็นอย่างที่เห็นนั่นแหละครับท่าน
อีกฝ้าของถนนมีอาคารกว้างใหญ่
พี่ครับนั่นอาคารมัธยมใช่ไหม
ใช่เดี๋ยวมาดูกันว่ามันจะเป็นยังไง
อาคารมัธยมเป็นอาคารที่กว้างขวางมีห้องเรียนห้องพักครูและห้องน้ำอยู่ตามทางนักเรียนจะเข้าแถวอยู่ที่ลานด้านล่างถ้าวันไหนอากาศไม่ดีเราต้องเปลี่ยนที่กันบ้าง
นอกจากครูจะสอนในวิชานั้นคุณครูยังสอนในเรื่องวินัยด้วยเช่นกันห้ามไว้เล็บยาวถุงเท้าก็ห้ามสั่นจนพวกท่านจบไปถึงจะเข้าใจความสำคัญ
เด่นสำคัญของเรามีอยู่ว่าสถาบันแห่งนี้มีหลายเผ่าภาษาจากใต้อีสานกลางลาวและอเมริกาฟิลิปปินส์มองโกเลียลาฮูรีซอก็มา
ถ้าท่านมองเข้าไปทางหน้าอาคารท่านจะเห็นห้องการเงินห้องพัสดุห้องธุรการเป็นห้องที่จะใช้ติดต่อธุระของท่านทั้งค่าใช้จ่ายไปรษณีย์บัญชีและเอกสาร
แล้วลูกของท่านจะเข้าพักที่ไหน
น้องๆจะได้อยู่ในหอพักเล็กใหญ่ห้องขนาดปกติจะพักได้4 รายบางห้องก็เยอะหน่อยเพราะห้องขนาดใหญ่
สิ่งที่จะตราตรึงใจนักเรียนจนแก่เท่าคือสุดยอดเมนูจากโรงอาหารของเราแกงหน่อจอผักกาดข้าวมันไก่และกะเพราปลาทูและลาบไก่กับอีกหลายเมนูกับข้าว
นี่คือสนามกีฬาในรั้วสถาบันสนามบอลสนามบัดนั้นจะอยู่ติดกันถ้าท่านต้องหาโรงยิมก็ต้องเดินไปทางนั้นและสนามวอลเลย์บอลอยู่ข้างๆโรงอาหาร
ตารางเด็กหอใน1 สัปดาห์วันจันทร์ถึงพฤหัสเรียนวันละ8 วิชาวันศุกร์มีเรียนถึงแค่คาบ5มีพักช่วง 10:30 และช่วงเที่ยงกว่า
ส่วนตารางประจำวันของเด็กหออย่างเรามีการเข้าบททั้งวันพุธศุกร์เสาร์มีการนมัสการอยู่ทุกเย็นทุกเช้ากินที่โรงอาหารทั้งเสมอกับข้าว
ถ้าน้องคนไหนอยากลดภาระพ่อแม่นั้นก็สามารถรับจ้างทำงานให้สถาบันดูแลร้านทำอาหารเสิร์ฟกับข้าวล้างจานได้ประสบการณ์ที่ดีและได้มันนี่ไปพร้อมกัน
ฮัลโหลเทสได้ยินไหมครับผู้เป็นที่รักของพระองค์หลายขอบคุณพระองค์อย่างมากมายสำหรับการทรงนำตลอดมาขอบคุณสำหรับพระพรที่มีหลั่งไหลให้กับโรงเรียนสถาบันพระองค์ในประเทศไทยในทุกๆโรงซึ่งเป็นโอกาสที่ดีที่พระองค์ทรงนำในวันนี้เช่นเดียวกันซึ่งทรงนำพวกเราหลายในการที่จะมารับเรียนรู้ในเรื่องราวต่างๆเกี่ยวกับการรับใช้พระองค์ในส่วนของแผนกการศึกษาต่างๆและเป็นพิเศษสำหรับการที่พระองค์ทรงนำท่านวิทยากรทุกๆท่านได้เข้ามาในการที่จะแบ่งปันประสบการณ์แบ่งปันความรู้ทักษะต่างๆเพิ่มเติมให้กับพวกเราหลายซึ่งเป็นผู้รับใช้ในสถาบันของพระองค์ดังนั้นขอพระองค์ได้ทรงอวยพรพิเศษให้กับท่านวิทยากรทุกๆท่านขอให้ท่านเหล่านั้นได้มีสุขภาพที่แข็งแรงและท่านได้มีความชำนาญมากยิ่งขึ้นอีกเพื่อที่ท่านจะได้มาแบ่งปันให้กับพวกเราหลายรวมถึงที่จะเป็นสิ่งที่จะก่อให้เกิดการพัฒนาในด้านการศึกษาให้กับประเทศชาติของเราด้วยและเป็นพิเศษสำหรับบุคลากรทุกท่านในวันนี้ที่ได้ทบทวนที่ได้ร่ำเรียนเพิ่มเติมทักษะต่างๆก็ขอพระองค์ทรงนำและทรงอวยพรให้กับทุกท่านในการที่จะมีพละกำลังมีสติปัญญามีทักษะที่เกิดขึ้นจากการที่ได้เรียนรู้วันนี้ในการนำไปใช้ในภารกิจการงานของพระองค์ต่อไปในวันนี้พวกเราหลายจะแยกย้ายกันไปพักผ่อนตามอัธยาศัยของแต่ละท่านก็ขอพระองค์ทรงสถิตอยู่ด้วยกับทุกๆท่านและเพื่อพรุ่งนี้พวกเราหลายจะได้กลับเข้าสู่การอบรมอีกครั้งหนึ่งในวันพรุ่งนี้ต่อไปจึงขอฝากพวกเราหลายซึ่งกันและกันไว้ในพระนามพระมหาเยซูคริสต์เจ้าอาเมน
อาเมน
ท่านผมมินครับขอแสดงความชื่นชมนะผมดูการนำเสนอโรงเรียนของท่านผมชอบมากเลยอาจารย์ไอเดียแจ๋วมากนะครับขอบคุณมากๆน่ารักเด็กทำได้ดีมากเลยครับอาจารย์
Thank you อาจารย์ Promin and the CAA students for their very unique presentation a while ago.
ไม่ทราบท่านใดพอทราบไหมว่าท่านวันหน้าจะมีการนัดประชุมอะไรหรือเปล่า
ค่ะกำลังรอไลฟ์สตรีมเปิดสักครู่นะคะ
สวัสดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะ
Good afternoon again, everyone.
บุคลากรทุกท่านวันนี้1 วันผ่านไป
We have now come to the end of our first day of our meetings. We have learned many things together. We have learned so many new ideas and concepts from our different presenters today. Thank you to each of them for sharing their knowledge with us. Now it's our turn to take back what we have heard and learned today to implement it in our schools and in our classrooms. This afternoon, I would like to say a big thank you to each department, each team who has contributed to the success of our program. And please don't forget that tomorrow we will be back together and it's going to be more exciting and we will have more things to learn, new topics to hear about. So don't miss this opportunity. Please join us to share our experiences, to ask questions, to see how we can improve the way we teach and the way we have our students learn so that they will be successful. And by doing this, we will also help our community and our nation to develop. Tomorrow we still have many prizes and blessings that have not yet been given. We have more than half. So please come and join us. We don't want anyone to miss out because you might be the person who will be blessed tomorrow. So don't worry if you did not win anything today or you did not receive anything today. We have many more blessings to share with you all tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start with worship at 8 o'clock. So we invite you to join us at that time. We ask for God's blessing and protections to be with you wherever you are. If you're going to be traveling, may you all be safe. Thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you to everyone for joining today. This is the end. วันนี้แค่นี้นะคะ เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้เราจะเปิด Zoom ตอนประมาณ 7:30 อีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะ We will open the Zoom meeting again tomorrow morning at about 7:30. Hope